In this lecture, we're going to talk about Ranger 1.0. What is it and what does it do? Ranger 1.0 is an automated trading platform, and it's built in Excel, and it uses the Interactive Brokers Excel API. So what that means is it's going to get its market data and send its trades through Interactive Brokers. Okay, so if we look at our typical trading day, we can break our time into 3 blocks. We have a pre-market time, where we're going to do our setup. Then we have our market hours, where the market is open, and we'll be sending trades, sending exit orders, or stops. And then we have our shutdown process, where we're done trading, or the market is closing, and we need to automatically exit trades or shut down the system. So we want to automate any worksheet setup routines we have. We want to request live market data automatically. We want to detect any setup errors automatically. And then when the market opens, at exactly 8:30 in my time zone, we want to switch the system from pre-market mode to open mode. And then when the market is open, we want to automatically send our trades. We want to be able to detect target price and send exit orders. And we also want to look for our stop price. And if we get stopped out, we want to send our stop orders. We also want to automate any shutdown procedures we may have. So depending on your system, you may want to automatically close your trades after a set period of time, or you might want to define a time window for opening new positions. If you're day trading, you may want to close your open trades before the market close. For any positions we hold overnight, we want our system to save the trade data for those positions. And then for any positions we've exited, we want to automatically log our gains or losses. So let's take a look at a typical buy trade setup. Whatever your trading rules are, you probably have a price you want to buy at, a stop price, and a target price. And then your trade range would just be defined by the range between your buy price and your stop price. And these numbers don't have to be static. Your system can change them over time as market conditions change. But the system is currently set up to trade a breakout. That means that it's going to buy when the price breaks above your buy price. Now you can imagine the opposite of a breakout system would be a system that buys on a pullback, a system where you want to buy if the price dips below your buy price. You can easily change the setup to trade pullbacks, but for now just keep in mind that Ranger 1.0 is set up to trade breakouts. And if we look at a typical short selling trade, we have a similar setup except it's in the opposite direction. We have a stop price, a price that we want to short at, and a price target. So if we look at where these values are entered on our worksheet, we have our stock symbols up at the top, and here we have our buy price, and here we have our stop price. And above that, we have our price target. Now if we're short selling, we have our short target at the bottom, and then our short selling price uses the same cell as our stop price for our buy system. And then the upper cell is our short selling stop price. Here we have our control cell. This cell tells the system what to do when the range is broken. If we enter a B in the cell, the system will look for a buy trade. If we put an S in this cell, it will look for a short sell trade. If we enter a number, it will initiate a countdown timer in minutes. Here we have our live market data, and this is where our entry trade information is displayed. So when a trade is triggered, to enter a position, you will see the information down here. Here you can see a buy trade and a short sell trade. We have our position, our buy or our sell, and our limit price. So if we look at our trading range again, these are the numbers the system will look at when it decides to send an order, to take profits, or to stop out. Now these numbers can be entered manually, or you can use formulas or algorithms to set these cell values. The same is true for our control cell. We can tell the system what to trade manually by just entering a B or an S, or we can build an algorithm or a function that puts a B or an S in this cell. Here we have a set of blank cells. Now you can use these cells to enter additional stock data or notes, or you can put your formulas here. So let's say, for example, that your trading rules give you the following trade setup on the biotech index. You can enter these values along with trade setups on up to 50 other stocks that you want to watch, and the system will look for a breakout above your buy price for all of your trade setups and manage every trade that occurs for you, even while you're at work or away from the computer. No orders are submitted until your price is reached. This keeps your orders hidden. So for example, instead of sending a stop limit order through your broker, Ranger 1.0 will not send your order until your stop price is reached. Market makers, of course, can see stop orders, and so keeping your orders hidden gives you a slight advantage. The system is designed not to use market orders. So with market orders, you don't know what price you're going to get. But with limit orders, you can define the minimum price you want. And if you don't get your price, the trade simply will not occur. When managing stop-out orders, the system will update any unfilled limit orders at set time intervals until the order is filled. Another key feature is partial fill order management. So for example, if you send a buy order and only half of your order is filled, and then the price goes up to your price target, this partially filled order will be canceled when your price target is reached. Then the system will submit an exit order to take profits. Also in the course, you'll learn about something I call smart position sizing, and you'll learn how to automatically size your orders so that you risk the same amount on every trade based on your range width. This way, you won't have several small wins completely outweighed by a large loss. Other features built into the system that you'll learn about in this course are timers, alarms and sounds, how to record live market data, and how to automatically log your trades. Then we'll go over how to do backtesting in Excel. I'll show you how to import historical data and get you started with a trading system that is already profitable, and you can optimize and improve it with your own ideas. In part 2 of this lecture, we'll take a look at a live version of Ranger 1.0 so you can see the system in action. Let's take a look at a live demo of Ranger 1.0 so you can see some of the features we talked about operating in real time. So all I do is I enter my stock symbols across the top, and then I hit Setup Workbook. The system will automatically set up all worksheets to be ready for trading, and then it will go ahead and request live market data for each one of our symbols. So this setup can be done in the morning, or it can even be done the night before. Now if we wanted to watch the same stocks again tomorrow, and we just saved our workbook at the end of the day, we wouldn't have to redo this setup again. These links to live market data will be saved when we save our workbook, and will reconnect when we reopen our workbook. When it's done requesting live market data, we're going to get a pop-up that asks us if we want to activate the system. And once the system is activated, you'll see that it's in an on state, but that we're still in a pre-market mode. And the system will automatically switch from pre-market mode to open mode at exactly 8:30 and 0 seconds. It will not send any trades until the market's open. So currently, I'm connected to my paper trading account, which means that all of my trades will be simulated. So if we look at our live market data, we can see that for some of our stocks, our last price says -1. And all that means is there haven't been any trades yet in this symbol in the pre-market. So if there have been trades, we'll see a last price. If there haven't been any trades, we'll see a -1, and that's perfectly normal. If there was something wrong with our setup, we would see a 0 there. And the system is designed to automatically detect that, give us a pop-up notice that we need to take action. Okay, there we go. The market is now open, and our system is ready for trading. So let's suppose we want to trade McDonald's. If we enter our buy price, we enter our stop price, the system will automatically determine a buy target for us based on our range width. You'll learn in the course how to set that to whatever you want. So if we want to enter a buy trade, all we have to do is enter a B in our control cell. And now, our trade is ready to go. If we want to send a trade right away, all we have to do is set our buy price below the current price. Okay, so our trade was just sent to Interactive Brokers. And now we have a simulated position in McDonald's. So now let's suppose that the price moved up to our buy target, and we can simulate that just by changing it manually. Okay, as soon as we're out of the trade, it's going to calculate our loss. Obviously, if you had a higher buy target and the price went up to your buy target, you would not have a loss on the trade, you'd have a gain. And so if I bring up the trade log from Interactive Brokers, you can see our trade here on McDonald's, where we bought and where we sold. We can prevent the system from sending orders automatically by checking or unchecking these boxes to automatically send or automatically stop orders. We also have a box here for recording live market data. Live market data is recorded on the ticks page, as you can see here. Currently, pre-market is recorded all on one line, and that's because I don't care too much about pre-market data, but if you do, you can easily change this in Ranger 1.0 to record pre-market data the same way you record market data. So as you can see, we're recording 2-minute ticks, so every 2 minutes the system is going to record the high, low, and the volume. And finally, when we're done trading for the day, all we need to do is hit the stop button, or use an algorithm to run the same function. And if we tell the system to log data, we'll see on our log page our symbols we entered, any notes underneath those symbols, and our gain or loss on that stock. Again, all students can download a copy of Ranger 1.0, and you'll learn exactly how it works and how to customize it to fit your own ideas. So now you can see the power of being able to automate just about any part of your trading process in Excel. I'm looking forward to helping you build your own automated system, and I hope to see you in the course. Okay, this lecture is going to be on the basics of Visual Basic for applications. And Visual Basic is the programming language that Excel uses. And it comes with Excel, you don't have to install anything extra to get it. If you want to open Visual Basic, all you have to do is go over here, View, Macros, and hit Edit. You can click on any one of those. And here it is. And another way to get there is through this Developer tab. Just hit Visual Basic. And if you don't have this Developer tab, let me just show you how to enable that. Go to Options, Customize Ribbon, and Developer. Make sure this tab is checked. Okay. If you open this workbook for the first time, you're going to need to enable macros. And you need to enable macros to run any kind of code. And that's just because Excel by default has all macros disabled as a security precaution. So if I just change the name of this, okay, so I changed the name of the workbook, and then I need to re-enable macros in order to use it. So just have to hit this button, enable content, and then I can run code. So let's go to Visual Basic again. Alright, so here's our code window. Over here's our sheets. And if I want to see all the code that runs in a sheet, I just double click on that sheet. So here's all the code that runs in Control Panel. Control Panel contains most of the code that runs Ranger. And if I scroll down, I have the code that's in Forms and the code that's in Modules. So if you record a macro, for example, that's going to end up in one of these modules. And so if we go back to sheet 19 again, so the basic building blocks of Visual Basic are subs, and a sub is just a sub procedure, and we can make one just by typing in sub test sub 13, and we can call it whatever we want, and we can run any code we put between this line, sub, and end sub. So if we say message box hello, And if we want to run this sub manually, we can use these buttons up here. This is to run the sub. As long as our cursor is between these two lines, it'll run that sub procedure. So we just hit run, and there's our message box. Okay. Now if we want to add a variable to this, we can just say, variable 1 equals 5. And now we have a variable. So if we copy this variable and put it in our message box and we run the sub again, we get the message box with our variable, which is 5. Alright, so what we've done here is we've used the variable without declaring it. And what I mean by that is, if you want to declare a variable, the way you would do that is you would say dim var1 as integer. So what this does here is we're declaring our variable var1 as an integer, which means it's going to be a number that does not have a decimal point. So that's useful if you're making some kind of counter. And there's 3 types of variables we're going to use in our code in Ranger. And the first one is integer, which you have there, and second one would be string. And so variables are kind of like cells in your workbook, in the sense that they're just a placeholder for some value, either a number or in this case it could be a string, which would be like a word, or so if we want to use a number that has a decimal point, we use double. So there's 3 variables. And the reason you want to declare your variables is if you don't declare them, Visual Basic will just make it a variant, which means that it's a variable that can contain anything, which sounds good, but it's not as efficient in the way it uses memory. So it's better to declare them. If you know that this variable is always going to be a counter, just make it an integer. Or if this variable is always going to have a word in it, make it a string. And it just helps your workbook run a little more efficiently. So what we can do now is let's use our string variable and give it hello var1 equals. So now our variable 2 equals this string inside the quotes. So we can add that to our message box and run this sub again. And there we go. We have our first variable, which is the string, and then our second variable, which is 5. So now what we can do is we can make this a little more complicated. We can say 5. If we want to make this a counter, we can say variable 1 plus 5. So now this is going to count up. Every time this sub procedure runs, this variable is going to add 5 to itself. But one thing you got to remember is that when you declare variables inside your sub, as the sub runs, it's going to reset the values of each of these variables. So it's going to make these 0 every time it runs. So if we run this, we see it's 5. And if we run it again, it's still 5. And because we're declaring these variables inside of this subroutine, only this subroutine can run these variables. If you try and run these variables inside another sub, it won't know what they are. If you want to run a variable in multiple subroutines, you need to make it workbook wide, and that's what this variable up here is. It's a worksheet wide variable. So if we want to do that, for example, we could just go like this. Now these variables are worksheet wide. So if I run this procedure again, it's 5, and if we run it again, it's 10, and if we run it again, it's 15. So every time it runs, it's adding 5 to itself. Okay, and then, so then if we run another sub down here, sub test sub 15, and we go message box variable 1. We just want to see what it is, and we hit run. Now it's 0. So run this again. Okay, so you can see what happened here. When we created a new sub, okay, so what I'm trying to show here is that when you create a new sub, it resets your workbook. In other words, it resets your variables. So another way to reset your variables is just to hit this reset right here. So if I hit this and then I run this sub again, it's going to be 0. So again, we can run this 5, then we run it again, it'll be 10, and run it again, it'll be 15, and then if we run this sub, it's 15. Okay, so so that's it then for this lecture. Okay, so in the last lecture we talked about subs and variables. In this lecture I want to talk about if and or statements. Most of you are probably already familiar with these, but I just want to go through them again just as a refresher, and for people who are not quite familiar with them yet. They're pretty simple. Every type of code uses these. It's, so an if statement would be something like this. We could say, so if variable 1 is greater than 10, then run this code, and then every if statement means an end if. So if, then, and if. That's the basics of an if statement. So you have if some statement is true, then run this code, and if tells it to stop running the if statement. So if we run this, first time we run it, variable 1 is going to be 5, so it won't run, as we just saw. And if we run it again, variable 1 is going to equal 10, which it won't run, unless we hit a greater than or equals to 10, but because it's just 10, it's not going to run. But the next time it runs, it's going to be 15, so we should get a message box popping up. And there it is, 15. And now every time we run it, 20. Every time we run it, it's going to be greater than 10. So we're going to get a message box. Okay. So then let's talk about and. And is just a statement that says if this is true and something else is true. Actually, you don't need parentheses for this. Not yet. So if we just say and, let's say variable 3 equals 8. So now our statement says if variable 1 is greater than 10 and variable 3 equals 8, then give the message box that has our message in it. So if we run this, we're not going to get a message box, because even though variable 1 is greater than 10, variable 3 is still 0. So if we go in our code and we just make variable 3 equal to 8, now both of these statements will be true and we'll get a message box. So let's run that again, and there it is. And if you notice, it's still counting up. It's adding 5. Variable 1 is adding 5 to itself every time. And 45 and 50. Okay. So let's make this a little more complicated. We'll say variable 3 times 2.7, and we'll say greater than 8. And then again, this button right here is going to reset all your code and all your variables. So if we hit this, that makes our variables 0 again. So if we hit run, well, this variable is going to start out at 0, so if you multiply by 2.7, it's always going to be 0, so we should put a 1 there. So let's run that again, and run it again, and again, and then as soon as both of those statements are true, we get our message box. So as soon as this is greater than 8 and this is greater than 10, then we get our message box. Okay, so then that's how AND works. So OR would be, we can say if that is true, or variable 3 is greater than 0. Okay, so now our statement just says if variable 1 is greater than 10 and variable 3 is greater than 8. If this entire statement is true, both of them, or if this one statement is true, then run this code. So if we reset our workbook again, making all these variables 0, now what we get is we expect our message box to run right away, because even though both of these statements are not true, this is less than 10, this is less than 8, but this will be greater than 0, so we're going to get our message box. And there it is, 5. So this statement sort of makes this whole statement useless, because if this is greater than 0, this is always going to run. But you get the idea. This is how AND OR statements work, and we'll see more complicated versions of that when we start going through some of our code. But just to get kind of a basic idea of what they are and how they work. So in the next lecture, we're going to be talking about macros and cells and dialog boxes. So that's the end of this lecture. Okay, in this lecture I want to talk about cells, macros, and dialog boxes. So first of all, let's just talk about how you put something in a cell using code. And the easiest way to do that would be just to type in cells, and right here it tells us the first number is going to be our row and the second number is going to be our column. So if we look back on our sheet for a second here, suppose we want to put something in this cell right here. This would be row 15 and column 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So if we go back to our code, row 15, column 5, and so we want it to equal 10. And if we run this, there's 10. And then if we want to make this a variable, let's say we make it equal to variable 1, and we run that, it's 20, and again it's adding 5 to it every time. So every time we run it, 35, 40. Okay, so and again, these numbers here in the cell don't have to be numbers, they can be a variable also. So if variable 3 equals 5, you can just say row 15, and the column would be this variable, which we're setting to 5, and it'll do the exact same thing. So 45, 50, and if we want to say we want to change this every time, so now we're going to add 2. It's going to add 2 to itself every time it runs, so it should move over 1, 2 to this column, and then when we run it again, it's going to go over 1, 2 to this column. And so let's see that in action. There it is. There it is again. There it is again. And all right, so okay, let's talk about macros for a second. You probably know what macros are already if you've used Excel before. Macros are just a way to record everything you do in case you're doing something repetitive and you want to automate it. It's also useful sometimes to get snippets of code for something you're trying to do. It's not always the right type of code that you need for what you're trying to do, but sometimes it works. Let me just show you how macros work real quick. If you want to record a macro, you just go here, macros, record macro, and you can name it whatever you want, and just hit OK. And you can see this little box. Let me move this up for a second. See this box here? It says a macro is currently recording, and when we're done recording, we're just going to hit this box to stop recording. So all we're going to do is we're going to go here. Let's say I don't know, we want to change the color of this, and we really like blue, and we want to, I don't know, put a number in there. Whatever you're trying to do, whatever you're trying to automate, and then when you're done, you hit this button and you stop recording the macro. And so if we go back to our code, the macro is going to show up in a module. So you'll scroll down, here's our modules, and it's going to create a new module every time you record a macro, and it's going to be module 2. So here's our macro, macro 1, and just recorded everything we did. So we moved the workbook around, we selected a cell, we changed the color of it, and we put 9 in that cell, and we selected another cell. So suppose we want that color, we want to use it in our code, we can just select this color, copy, and go back to our sheet 19 code, and let's say we want to change the color of it, and we gotta add that to it for it to work, and then we should have that color in our cells. So let's go ahead and run that again, and it should keep moving over one cell, or I should say 2 columns every time. So there we go, there's our color. Run it again, color, color, color. Alright, so there's macros, there's cells, and let me just talk about dialog boxes for a second. Let's go down to a dialog box that we use in Ranger. And let me see if I can find what I'm looking for here. Let's go down to let's see. Okay, so here's what I'm looking for right here. Here's let me just copy and paste this up here. Okay, so here's a dialog box. What it does is it clears all of the used values out of your sheet. And if we want to just make this a little simpler for a second here, let's get rid of that. And let's run this and just see what it looks like. So we hit run. Okay, so here's our dialog box. So that's what it looks like, and here's the code for that. So we have our answer as a string. That's what this variable is right here. And then we have our code for our message box, which is answer equals message box and BB question yes plus BB question no, delete. And so if the answer is yes, we want it to do something in this case. So we can pretty much put whatever we want in here. Let's just put another message box that says run this code. So if we run this again, we're going to see our message box, or our dialog box I should say, and if we hit no, then nothing happens. But if we hit yes, which is what we have here, if answer equals yes, then we're going to get a message box that says run whatever code is here. So let's run this again. If we hit yes, then here's our message box to run whatever code we want. And I will get into the details on some of this other code in later lectures, but for now that's it for this lecture. Okay, in this lecture I want to talk about loops. And loops are something that sounds scary, but it's really quite simple. So let's suppose that we want to check a cell. Let's clear these out for a second and change the color back. And let's say we want to check every one of these cells to see if it equals 9 or not. And if it equals 9, we want it to do something. So if we go back to our code, let's just say, okay, how would we do that? Well, we would use our if statement. We would say if cells row 15 column 3 equals 9, then end if, and we want a message box. This cell equals 9. Okay, so we're just going to run some kind of code. We'll just have our code be a message box in this case. So if we run this, what it says is, it says if cell row 15 column 3, which is this cell, if it equals 9, then display this message box. So if we run this, we don't see anything because the cell's blank. Now if we put 9 here, whoops, put 9 over here, and run it again, we see our message box. So now suppose we want to check every one of these cells all the way across, and this goes all the way to all the way over to here. And what we could do is we could say, all right, we could go like this. We could say if column 5 equals 9, or if column 7 equals 9. We could make this huge list of all 25 of these columns just going all the way down. That would be a really long, tedious way to do code. So what we want to do is we want to make a loop that just checks this cell, then loops over to the next one, and loops over to the next one until it gets all the way to the end. So how do we do that? Well, we use a variable, first of all. So let's use our variable 1 that we created before, and we'll set it equal to 3 to start off with. And because 3 is our column, so let's just copy and paste that variable here. So it starts off as 3, so it'll check the first one. And then what we need is a go-to command. So we say go to marker, and we put a marker here. And we'll say if variable 1 is less than 56, then go to marker and if. Okay, so what does this say? Well, it says variable 1 equals 3, and then it says if this cell, which is 3 right here, equals 9, then run this code, and it goes down to here and it says if variable 1 is less than 56, then go to marker, which sends it right back to here, and then it runs this again. So the other thing we need is we need to count up. Variable 1 equals variable 1 plus 2. So you need to be careful with loops that you don't get stuck in an infinite loop where it's looping and looping and looping and you can never escape. So if that's what this code right here does. If we just had something that said go to marker and we didn't have this code that's around it, it would just keep going to marker over and over and over and over and over again, and it would never get out of that loop. So what we have here is we have this variable, and it's going to count up by 2 every time it runs. Every time it gets to here, it's going to count up by 2, and then if it's less than 56, it's going to go to marker. So as soon as it gets to 56 or greater, it's not going to go to marker anymore. It's going to skip over that, it's going to go out of the sub, and we're out of the loop. So let's run this. If we run, we see this cell equals 9, and that's it. And we can even make this a little better. We can say cell and variable 1 and actually column. So it's going to say center the text column plus our variable and equals 9. So we know which one is 9. So if we delete this and we just put a 9, let's say right here, 9. And we run our code again. It's going to say column 23 equals 9. So we have this text right here, column, and we have our variable, which is 23 in this case when it hits 9, and then the rest of our text, which is this last part, equals 9. Okay. So that's how you make a simple loop. And we'll be getting into We're going to use loops a lot in our code because we have a lot of cells that we want to check, and we don't want to write a long list of code. We want to most of the time we want to do the same operation for each stock we're looking at, so we just want to loop and go through. And so we're going to be using this a lot, and so that's how you make a simple loop, and we'll get into more complicated versions of that in some of the next lectures. But that's it for now. This lecture is on running Ranger 1.0 for the first time, and so we're going to talk about how to install the Interactive Brokers API software. And so if you go to the top of this lecture and you click on View Resources, you'll see where you can download the sample sounds as well as the Ranger 1.0 file. And down here we have links to the API software and TWS latest. So before you launch Ranger 1.0, go ahead and follow step 1 here, which is just to get the API software. So follow that link to the Interactive Brokers page here and scroll down, and you'll see a link that says Get API Software. So just click on that, I agree, and IB API for Windows. And then that's going to go ahead and download a file. So once that's done, go ahead and install that, and that will install your API software. And so if you look in your C drive, you're going to see a folder here, TWS API, samples, Excel. And this TWS DDE Excel file is just sort of a starter file that they give you, which has all the basic kind of sample setups. So just be aware that's there if you want to take a look at it. And okay, so then the second step would be just to get TWS latest, which is this link here. So go ahead and click on that. Click download, and that's going to, once that's done, install TWS latest, and you need to run that in order for the API to work. So make sure you're running TWS latest. Alright, once that's done, you should see an icon on your desktop that looks like this, Trader Workstation. Go ahead and launch that, log in. You should see a button up here that says configure. If you don't see it up there, just click on this thing, add more buttons, and you should see the configure button over here somewhere if it's not up here already. So just click on configure, and you're going to click on API over here, and click on settings, and enable ActiveX and socket clients, and enable DDE clients. Make sure both of these are checked. Otherwise, TWS will not be able to talk to Excel. So check both of those, and then once all that's done, you should be good to go. So if you launch your Ranger 1.0 file, when you open it for the first time, you'll probably see like a little yellow warning ribbon that says macros are disabled, or click here to enable macros. You're going to want to make sure macros are enabled, because you won't be able to run any code in Excel at all until macros are enabled. So make sure that's enabled, and then you should be good to go. So then all you need to do is go ahead, click on your ticker sheet, enter your username on that sheet right here, click on conditional orders, same thing, enter your username right here, and then any other sheets you want to use that are Interactive Brokers sheets, you're going to need to use your enter your username in order for those sheets to work. So just be aware of that. So once you have your usernames in there, and you're good to go, you should be able to get live market data into Excel. And if you're still having issues with setup after you followed all these steps, then you're going to want to talk to tech support at Interactive Brokers. And for me, I found the best way to get tech support is just to use their live chat. And so if you go to account management home, or if you just log in through their website. Let's see, you'll end up with a page that looks like this, and just go to support, customer service, live chat, and that'll pop up a pop-up window where you can just say technical assistance and API, and then just hit proceed, and you should be able to get someone on the line there that should be able to help you troubleshoot whatever problem you're having. So that should work for you. Hopefully you found that useful, and okay, that's it. In this lecture, we're going to talk about how to build a timer. And so building a timer is pretty easy. Let's just go ahead and build a sample one. So we'll call it sub sample timer. And the code we want for a timer would be this right here. And what this says is application.onTime and then some time value. So here's our time value. We're going to say now plus 10 seconds. So we have now plus time value of this, which is 10 seconds. And then we're going to run some sub. So let's say we want to run sub timer message. You can call it whatever you want. And so this will run something that's in a module. You cannot call a sub that's in a worksheet with this code. So it has to be in a module, otherwise it won't work. So just be aware of that. So we need to make this sub in a module. So let's just go to a module here, and we'll just say sub. So here's our sub that's in our module, and we can put whatever code we want here. Let's just put a message box there that says hello. Okay, so then if we run this in 10 seconds, we're going to get our message box that says hello. So let's go ahead and run that. And then we just got to wait 10 seconds, and then it's going to run this sub. And here we go. There it is. All right. Okay. So now, what if we want to run that sub every 10 seconds? Well, what we can do is we can just go back to our module and say, we can just say run sample timer again, which will reset our 10-second timer again. So if our timer calls this sub, and then our sub calls our code to reset our timer again, then we have a loop, sort of. And since we're in a module here, here's our. So yeah, we're in a module. We need to say which worksheet this sub is in. So we just need to say control panel. And so let's go ahead and run this again. And go here, run. And so in 10 seconds, we're going to get our message box again. And there it is. And then it's going to go ahead and run this up again to reset our 10-second timer. And then it's going to run again. And it's going to keep doing that every 10 seconds. And we can set, if we want to build code that doesn't run this or comes out of our loop, we can say, you know, if some variable equals 0 or does not equal 1 or whatever, then don't run. And so that's how we can have our timer run under certain conditions and not under others. And you can always just change these to text, and then it'll stop running. So let's go ahead and look at some examples in our workbook of where we want to use a timer. Our clock would be the first example. So here's our clock. And how does a clock work? Well, what we want to do is we want to say every second, put the time in this cell. So every second, put the time here. All right. And so if we start our workbook, if we hit start, then here's our clock. And you can see it runs every second. So let's look at the code for that. Here's our code for our clock. It just says if record on equals 1, which means our workbook is in an on state, then on time now plus 1 second, run this sub. What's that sub? It's this sub, the same sub. So every second it's going to come back and run this again. And what does it do? It just puts in this cell, I2, just puts the time. And I'll go over what micro warn is in one of the next lectures, so don't worry about that for right now. Okay. And then where else do we use timers? Well, these cells here are timers. If we put a number there, if we put, say, 12 here, then this becomes a timer, and you can use that for whatever you want in your own system. So you can see right as our clock changed exactly to 24 and 0 seconds, this flipped from 12 to 11. And so if you think about that, if we want this timer to run at exactly X minutes and 0 seconds, how do we do that? So suppose we hit start when the seconds are at 27 seconds or 28 seconds. Then wouldn't our code run every time when this is at 28 seconds if this is scheduled for 1 minute? And so if we want it to run on exactly 0 seconds, let me go ahead and show you how to do that. And let's just wait for this to flip over again so you can see that it is running at exactly 0 seconds. All right, so let's look at the code for that. And so here's our code for our timers. And it just says if the workbook is on, then we're gonna set a variable equal to 60 minus the second function of the value in our I2, which is our clock, so it takes the value of our clock, uses the second function to return the seconds in that value, and takes 60 minus that. So if the clock is 0, this is going to return 60. If the clock is 10, this is going to be 60 minus 10, which is 50 seconds. And then we just say application on time. That's our variable here in seconds. And now, and then this tells you what format to use. And we're going to run get back 13, which is this sub right here. So if it's 0, then we're going to run, it's just going to be 60 minus 0, which is going to be in 60 seconds. If it's 15 seconds, then it's going to run in 45 seconds. And it's only going to do that the first time it runs. After the first time it runs, this is going to be 0 every time, so then it's going to run every minute. And that's what we want. We want it to run every minute at exactly 0 seconds. Okay, that's it for timers. In the last lecture, we talked about how to build a timer. And in this lecture, I want to talk about how to schedule an event, which uses the same code. And if we go back to our code for a second, let me just show you an example of something that schedules an event. So if we go down to, this is the sub that runs our, or starts our workbook, and it's the sub that runs when we hit start right here. And this will run automatically when we do our, when we run setup workbook in the morning. That will automatically basically hit the start button for us by running the sub automatically. And so if you think about what you want to do in the morning when you're setting up your workbook, you want to, when you're ready to set up, you want to hit start, and that will put the workbook into an on position when you're still in the pre-market before the market opens. And so what you want to do when you hit start for the first time, you just think about it, you want to schedule an event that will start at exactly 8:30 and 0 seconds. That will change the workbook from a pre-market state to an open state. So you could just sit here and stare at the clock and hit the button at exactly 8:30, but you don't want to do that. You want the computer to do that for you. So all you have to do is schedule an event at 8:30 to, and that's this code right here, that's going to say, all right, at 8:30 we're going to just automatically start our workbook, and it uses this sub here, which is get back 33, and that's over here, get back 33. And what that is going to do is it's just going to run record data on again, which is the sub we were just in. So all that sub does is call this sub again. So the first time the sub runs, if C2 is off, if this is off, then it's going to run this half of the code here. The second time it runs, it's going to run this code here. So if C2 is on, then it's going to run this code. So this runs twice. The first time it runs, it does this. The second time it runs, it does this. So you can run it manually by just hitting the button twice. So I hit the button once, that sets it up, and then I hit the button again. Now we're open. And we want the computer to do that automatically. So when we set up our workbook, it's going to ask us if we want to activate the system. And if we hit yes, it'll run this the first time, which does this, which sets our time at 8:30 to run this sub again. And this sub that runs at 2:52 p.m. is going to close out our open positions. So if you want to hold positions overnight, you're going to want to get rid of this sub, and you can do that by just going like this, and then that's not going to run. But if you do want to close out your open positions at the end of the day, you can just leave that on. All this says is if we have data in our tickers page, which is where we're recording our live data. So if there's a bunch of data here and we're setting up for the first time, it's just going to bring up a dialog box that asks us if we want to clear that out of there. That's all that this does. So for example, suppose there's data here. Let me just type in something. And so say we go to start our workbook. It's going to notice that there's data in those cells. And so before it starts recording, it's going to ask us if we want to go ahead and clear that out of there. And if we just hit yes, then it's gone. All right. And so, and then of course, we want to start our timers, start our clock, and we want to set that cell to on, which is this cell here. And okay, so that's how you schedule an event. This lecture is on how to play a sound from Excel. So if we have a trade and we want to play a sound whenever a trade is generated or stopped out, or if we want to have an alarm or alert and have it play a sound, this is the way you do that. What you're going to want to do is just copy this code right here and paste it into your module, part of your workbook. So your module right here, just paste this code, and we have this sub right here, which is going to play our sound, and play wave file as string, and then wait as boolean. So if we want to play this sound here, then we can call this sub whatever we want, but we have to reference this sub here, play wave file, and then we just say the path and name of our file here, and then we say false, not to wait. Okay, so if we want to play this sub here, let's just play it. So there's our sound, and what we have here in our sub is we added this if AI is not true, and then we're going to go ahead and run our sub. And what is AI2? AI2 is, we have a button here to disable all sounds, and so if we go up, AI2 right here is what this checkbox refers to. So if we have this checked, then it won't play any sounds. And then it just goes ahead and plays the sound if we have that selected. And so here's another sound you can use. I use that sound not in Excel but in interactive brokers. When I have an order completely filled, it'll play this sound. And here's my sound for a stop out. It's the Pac-Man death sound. If you're old enough to remember Pac-Man. And here's a sound for our alarm. Okay, so let's talk about how our alarm works. When we have an alarm, for example, if we put a value here in our timer and it counts all the way to 0, it's going to turn this all red and it's going to play our alarm until we hit this button, silence alarms, and it's going to make this sound every 15 seconds. So let's take a look at that code. It's going to run here in high timer, and what it says is if record on equals 1, so if the workbook is on, then we're going to run this every 15 seconds. Okay, so get back 18. That's here. So every 15 seconds, it's going to call our sub again, which resets the timer to run again in 15 seconds. And then if alarm on equals 1, then we're going to play our test play wave file 7, which is here again. Okay. So if alarm on equals 1, and then we're going to keep playing this. So all our button has to do is set alarm on equal to 0, and then it's not going to play our alarm anymore. It's still going to run this every 15 seconds, but if alarm on equals 0, then it's not going to play a sound. So if we go back to control panel for a second, and here is our silence alarms code. And all that's going to do is set alarm on equal to 0. And it's going to clear out our error box here, which we'll talk about in another lecture. Okay. In this lecture, I want to go over how to clear cells and ranges. So when we want to clear out our worksheet, we can just go ahead and manually delete things, but we want to automate as many things as we can, and so that's what this button does right here. This button that says clear, it's going to clear our worksheet. So it's going to remove the data we've entered, it's going to change these cells back to white, and it's going to remove our links to live market data. But it's not going to delete these formulas and these cells here, which reference our tickers page. We don't want to delete those. Okay, so if we just hit the button, clear, delete the data entries on this worksheet, yes. Okay, so what it's doing here is it's clearing out our live links, and it's running the sub that this button references just to clear our links here. And so if we go back to control panel, you can see our data's gone. These cells here are back to white again, and our formulas here are not touched. So let's look at the code for that, and here it is. This is the sub that runs when we click that button, and all it says is if record on equals 1, which means that our system is in an on state, then we're not going to run anything. Our system has to be in a 0 or off state. And then here's our dialog box, and if we say yes to the answer in that box, then we're going to go ahead and run this. And so we're just going to take this range here, C5 to AY10. What is that? C5 to AY10, that range right there. We're just going to go ahead and clear that. So one thing I want to mention is that if you're putting notes in these cells, that's going to get cleared out. And if you're putting formulas in these cells, you may want to change how that works so that the system doesn't delete all your formulas when you clear the worksheet. And so if you want to just delete the first row, you can change this to 5. And then what it's going to do is it's just going to delete these cells across the top. Oops. Yeah. And it'll leave your formulas alone then. Okay, and then the next thing we're going to do is 11 through 17, which is all of these. I'm going to delete that whole block. And then 24 through 33, we're going to delete this whole block here. And then we're going to do the same thing for our expansion cells down here. And then we're going to reset our conditional orders page. And then we're going to, on our conditional orders page, we also have some stuff we want to clear off there. So here we want to clear off all this stuff here in case we've entered, we have some leftover trade data that we just want to clear out of there. I'll go ahead and clear that. And then we're going to clear the CH column. And that is here. And all we're doing in this column is when we enter a trade, we are using that column to keep track of our entry price. So we're just going to put our entry price there, and then when we are out of the trade, we're going to use that price to calculate our gain or our loss. So when we go from our entry trade to our exit trade, we need to delete these cells. So in order to keep track of our entry price, we just move it over to the CH column, and then we delete it from here for our next order. So that just helps us keep track of our gains and losses. So we clear that out. And then the ticks page, we got to clear that off. So all of our recorded live data here, we're going to delete that. And that goes all the way down to row 2220. If you're recording a lot of data, you might go beyond that, but probably not. That's a lot of data there. So you can change that to whatever you want. And then here, we're setting the interior color index to 2. And that's going to make it white again. And then the tickers page here, select the page, run the clear link sub, and that just removes our live market data. And so if we're clearing off a set range like this works just fine. But if we're clearing off a range that involves variables, we might have to do this a little bit differently. So let me show you an example of that really quick. So here's an example where we have a range where we have a range that involves variables. So we're saying column 13 to 25 and a variable row. And we want to clear, excuse me, we want to clear those contents. And so that's how we do that. And so if you're trying to clear out a range that involves a variable and it's not working, try this format right here. It should work for you. Okay. In this lecture, I want to talk about two subs that are really important to any kind of automated trading system. And those are the auto open sub and the worksheet calculate sub. And the auto open sub is here. And this is going to run every time you open your workbook, as long as you have your macros enabled. And so the second you open your workbook, it's going to do whatever is in this sub here. And so what we have is we're going to select our control panel and we're going to put our date in cell E2. So that's right here. So we're going to do that every time the workbook opens. That way we always have our date right there at the top. And then we're also going to delete any Y's for our send cells. We're going to clear those out. So we're going to do that every time the workbook opens. So anything you want to run right away, just put it here. And then the other sub is worksheet calculate. And so if I go to sheet 19, which is control panel, we have this sub called private sub worksheet calculate. And this is going to run every time the worksheet calculates. And every time one of our stacks, the price changes on any one of our stacks, it's going to change how our percentage is calculated. So every time this percentage recalculates, it's going to run this sub. So the price changes, it recalculates the price, and then it runs this sub. And so what we have is we say if the workbook is on, and then we're going to run our check trades code. And our check trades code is going to run everything that we want to run all the time. So we're going to check for trades, record live market data, look for exit orders, all that kind of stuff is going to run through this sub. In other words, anything you want to run all the time, every time the price of a stock changes, put it in this sub worksheet calculate. In this lecture, we're going to talk about the Interactive Brokers Excel API. So when you install their API software, it's going to create a folder and it's on your C drive. It's called TWS API. Let me just show you where that is. Go to Samples, Excel, TWS DDE, and open that up. And you need to have Interactive Brokers, the trader workstation, running in the background in order for this to pull any data, obviously. So here's mine, and you can see that that's running. And let me just show you, just kind of walk you around this workbook a little bit. So this is what you have to start with. And so here's the tickers page, which we use in Ranger. And right here, they're just showing you that you can pull market data for stocks or options, index futures, indexes, currencies, whatever. And before you can pull data, you have to enter your username. On every one of these sheets, you have to enter your username so it knows where to pull the data from. Otherwise, the sheet won't work. So if your sheet's not working, you probably forgot to enter your username there, or you don't have Interactive Brokers open. So if you do that, and then so let's just go request market here for Microsoft, and then we can scroll over and just see, okay, here's our live market data for Microsoft. And so that's what Ranger does on the control panels. It just references this tickers page, just references these cells over here. And so let me just show you some of the stuff that comes with this Excel API. You have pages for basic orders. Most of this stuff you're not going to use. You don't need to worry about too much. Some of this stuff is useful if you want to customize or do something really specific. Conditional orders is a page that we use. And so you can send orders from conditional orders page just the same way you can send it from the basic orders page. And then, yeah, kind of the same thing here. I don't use that page, but some of the other stuff you have here is you can see your open orders, your executions. Let me just scroll over here so you can bring up all your account info right here in Excel if that's what you want to do. Your portfolio, historical data you can request right here in Excel, and we'll go over how to do that in another lecture. Market scanners available here, so if you want to look at hot stocks by volume, you can get that data right here in Excel. And you get bonds. You have market depth here would be for if you have level 2 quotes, and you need to for interactive brokers you need to subscribe to level 2 quotes. It costs a little bit extra, and I'll show you how to do that in another lecture. But just to be aware that this is here in Excel if it's something you want to use. And if you want more details on any of these pages, you can just go right to interactive brokers here. They have a pretty good user guide. It's right off their website. You can see the address up here. Excel API for beginners. And so if you need more details on any one of those pages, you can just go to this guide, and it's pretty good. If you're not getting the info you need in here, you can just do a Google search, and there's more information on their website also. So yeah, so that's the API that you start with. So I recommend that you build your trading system from the ground up if you really want to understand the code and how your system works, really from the base level up. And you can always copy and paste snippets of code out of Ranger as you build your system. Again, you don't have to do that. You can just build on top of Ranger, but again, that's entirely up to you. So I just wanted to make you aware of what's available here in the base API. And so I guess that's it then for this lecture. This lecture is on how to request market data manually and automatically. So if we go to our tickers page, if you want to request live market data, all you do is you select your stock, and this cell needs to be active in order to request market data. So you just hit this button here, request market, and there's our data. I should mention that you have to put SDK, Smart, and US dollars there in order for the request to work. And if you're requesting market data for options or currencies or bonds, it's going to be different. So just be aware of that. And then, this is set up to do stocks. So we have stocks all the way across here for all 50 of our slots. And so if we're going to request market data for all of these, we just keep hitting the button, and pretty straightforward there. Here's our market data. And if you notice, it takes maybe like a half second or so for that data to begin streaming in the cells. And one problem you might run into that I just want to make you aware of is some tech stacks, Microsoft, Apple, Cisco, for example. There's only a couple of them, and it doesn't happen very often, but it's usually on the larger tech stacks. You'll hit request market, and you just get zeros all the way across here, and it doesn't work. And it took me a while to figure out what was happening. I talked to the guys at the tech support, and they said you have to enter island here under primary exchange, and then it should work. So do that, and now it works. So if we look at Apple and Cisco, you can see that Apple works and Cisco doesn't. So if we type island here and try it again, okay, now everything's working. So it's kind of a weird problem. The explanation the guy gave me was that you have to specify the primary exchange for stacks that have multiple ones. And so if you get zeros across here for a stack, just enter island here and it should work. I have a piece of code that goes through when you're setting up, and it looks at these, and if it finds a zero, it'll just give you a little pop-up box that says setup error on whichever stack and reminds you to change this to island. And then on conditional orders also, you have to put island. Your order is not going to work if you don't put island on this page also. So if you had Microsoft here, you would have to say island. Okay. So let's talk about how to request these automatically, and it's pretty straightforward. All we need to do is we need to run the same sub that our button is running. So if we look at this button, request market data. That's the name of the sub, and it's in the ticker sheet. So if we just go to our code, go to tickers and request market data. So if you can't find something right away, like say there's a lot of code here, you can always just go to view, edit, find, request. So there it is. And here's their sub. So all we need to do to request market data automatically is call that sub. So if we look at our setup code on sheet 19, here it is. And we're going to go through this more in the next lecture, but I just want to show you how we call that automatically. Yeah, we'll go over how to set up the workbook in the next lecture, but the sub we're using to call the market data automatically is right here. We built it into the tickers page, and all it's going to do is so this is a sub that I built myself to automatically call the market data, and this sub that requests the market data, everything on this page is built by the guys at Interactive Brokers, including this sub here that requests the market data. Yeah, so that's all built by them. I built this sub right here. That's the only thing I built on this page. So all it's going to do is it's going to say if the active cell is blank, then it's going to exit this procedure. Otherwise, it's going to just run this sub, request market data sub, and then it's going to wait 2 seconds. So we give it a couple seconds to run, so we're not overloading the sheet. Because if you notice, when you call the market data, it takes a second or two for it to populate those cells with data. So we want to give that a second or two each time we click the button. Otherwise, it's going to microseconds between button hits. It's going to not work well if we do it that way. So we just got to give it 2 seconds, and then as soon as it gets to a blank cell, it's going to go on to the rest of our procedure, which we're going to cover in the next lecture. In this lecture, I want to go over how to automate your daily setup tasks. So before I show you the automation for how we set up our workbook automatically, let me just show you how I would have to do it normally if I didn't have any automation. So the first thing you'd have to do to set this up manually is you just have to enter your stock symbols across the top. So let's suppose we wanted to trade these stocks here. Alright, then what we'd have to do is we go to our tickers page, and then we got to enter the same symbols again. And we got to make sure that we don't enter the wrong ones, or we could get potentially the wrong data coming through for the wrong symbol. So we got to make sure we do it correctly. Then we have to request market data for each one of these manually. Okay, there's our market data. Then we have to go over to our orders page, conditional orders, and we got to enter the same symbols again. And then we have to make sure our conditional orders statements section is set up properly, which it already is. But if it wasn't, we'd have to go ahead and enter each one of these manually. And we'll go over how this works in one of the other lectures. But for now, just know that to send a conditional order, we have to make sure that this part of the workbook is set up properly. Okay, so once all that's set up, then we got to hit our start button, and our start button runs record data on. So now we hit this button, and then if we were in the pre-market, suppose it was 7:46, then we'd have to wait until exactly 8:30, and as soon as the clock hits 8:30 and 0 seconds, then we got to hit this button again. If it was exactly 8:30, then we hit the button again, and now we're ready to trade. So let's go through how we automate that. Alright, so what we're going to do is we're going to enter our stock symbols, and then we're just going to go over here and we're going to hit this button, set up workbook, and that's going to run this sub here, set up worksheets, and that's the sub here. And this is going to do everything we just did manually, but it's going to do it automatically for us. So first of all, the first thing it says is if the workbook is already on, then it's going to do this. So normally when you're setting up, it's going to be in an off state, so you're not normally going to run this code. So let's just come back to this in a second. So if we're starting in an off state, we're going to go right to here. We're going to go to our tickers page, and we're going to clear our links. So tickers page, And we're going to run this sub here to clear all our links. So if we have something left over from the day before, we just want to make sure that's cleared out before we start requesting new data. So we clear our links, and then we're going to wait 5 seconds. And then we're going to run getback 9. And getback 9 just brings us back to our sheet again. So it's going to wait 5 seconds, then it's going to run continue 45, which is right here. So 5 seconds later, after it's done clearing our links, then what we're going to do is we're going to take each one of our symbols, here, and we're just going to put it onto our tickers page. So we're going to say tickers page equals the stock symbol here, the stock symbol here, the stock symbol here, etc. So all we're doing is we're putting our symbols in here automatically now. Okay. Then we're going to select our tickers page. We're going to select our entire row, I should say column, 12 to 61. That's 12 to 61 here. And then we're just going to copy that. We're going to come over to this page and we're going to paste it. Okay, so we select it, select our range here, copy, select our conditional orders page, select our top cell, A10, and then we paste. And then we're going to delete any old data we have on our conditional orders page, which is L10 to Y59, L10 to Y59. So we're just going to delete this whole block of data there. And then we're going to run this sub reset conditional orders. And that's going to automatically populate these cells for us. And so let's take a look at that sub there. So here's reset conditional orders. First thing it's going to do is it's going to make sure there's no Y's in our boxes. We don't want to accidentally send an order just because we left a Y here. So we're just going to go ahead and delete the Y's out of that row there and this row here. Okay, so we make sure those are cleared out. Then we have a small loop which just puts add and limit into these cells. So we're going to put add across all these, limit across all of these. And then we're going to come down here and we're going to put a formula here equals control panel C25 equals Y. And so what that does is that just puts this formula here. It says if this cell in control panel C25 equals Y, then this cell is going to be true, and it's currently false. So as soon as this statement is true, then it's going to send our conditional order. So as soon as this cell here equals Y, this statement becomes true, and then it sends our order. So we're just going to populate this cell with our formulas, and that's pretty straightforward there. Formulas for all those cells. And now we're for these cells here and here and here, we're just going to reference these cells on control panel. Position, buyer cell, and our limit price. And so we just need to put in a formula that references those cells. So this cell is referencing C28. So if I put something in C28 right here, now we see it over here. And that's it. That's it for resetting conditional orders. Okay, so where were we? Okay, so we ran this sub, and then we're going to go to our tickers page. We're going to select it. We're going to select our first cell, and then we're going to run this sub, get market data N. So we're going to go to our tickers page. We're going to select this cell, and then we're going to start requesting market data automatically. And that's get market data N. And that's in our tickers page. So let's go to our tickers page, and I'll show you how that works. Okay, here it is. So here's our get market data N sub. It's pretty simple. All we're saying is if our cell is blank, then we're going to run this. Else means if it's not blank, meaning we have something in our cell, then we're going to run this sub. And so if the cell has something in it, we're going to run this sub request market data. And that is right here. Right here. And this is a sub that was created by Interactive Brokers. And it's the same sub that runs from this button. When we click this button, we run the exact same sub. So we're just calling that sub automatically with our code. So our code calls the same sub that the button calls, and then we're just going to wait 2 seconds. And then we're going to run get back 5, which gets us back to this sub again. And every time you request market data, it moves down a cell. And so once we get to a blank cell, then we're going to come out of our loop. And so once it's blank, then we're going to move on to the next part of our automation. So okay, so let's just so get back 5. Let me just show you that. Okay, so get back 5, all it does is it brings us back to our sub, get market data N again. Okay. And then once we come out of our loop, we're going to wait 5 seconds and run get back 19. And what this does is it brings up our dialog box, which asks us if we want to activate the system. And if we say yes, then it's going to run record data on, which is the same function as pressing our button for the first time. And we'll go over this sub in more detail in another lecture. One more thing I want to talk about is if our workbook is already on. Let's go back to sheet 19 again. Okay. So I said that we were going to come back to this part. So if our workbook is already on and we're adding new symbols, we want our button to run a slightly different function. So let's suppose we add a new symbol to this. Let's suppose we add a stock here, and we hit set up workbook again. And notice that our workbook is currently in a non state. So we hit set up workbook, and we get a message box saying that the system is currently live. And then what it's going to do is it's going to copy our new symbol onto our tickers page and onto our conditional orders page, so we don't forget about it. And then we just have to request market data manually for any new symbols that we added. So all it's going to do is it's going to, if we accidentally hit the button, it tells us that we're live, and then it copies our stock symbols over the same way that we do normally, and then we're going to exit the sub so that we don't run the rest of this code that we would normally run in an off state. Okay, that's it for setup. In this lecture, I want to talk about how to send orders through Excel and how to send them manually. So if we go to the conditional orders page, let's just say we wanted to send an order, and you can do this through the conditional orders page or the basic orders page. Doesn't matter. The conditional orders page has this extra feature that we're going to talk about in the next lecture. But for now, let's just talk about how to send an order through Excel and how to do it manually. The way you do it is you have your symbol, your type, and so this is all set up ahead of time because we're only trading stocks, so this doesn't need to change. And all we have to do is fill out these black boxes right here. So we would need to say buy, and then how many shares, and then our order type for limit is just LMT, and then our limit price, say $34.50, and there's our order. And if we wanted to send it, we need to just click on this first cell right here of our stock, and then we just hit place modify order. Now if you want to, okay, so if you send this order, as soon as you do that, it's going to populate these cells over here, and it's going to say either it's submitted, or if the order goes through, it's going to say filled here. It's going to say how many shares were filled. If the whole order was filled, it would say 100 right here. So this would say 100. Remaining would be how many shares are left to fill. So if it filled the whole thing, this would be 0, and then it's going to give you your average fill price. And suppose we submitted an order and it didn't fill. Suppose the price was at 35, and we just submitted an order at $34.50 to buy. And suppose we want to just modify that order. We just do the exact same thing. We would just change this price. Say we want to change our price to 35, or we want to change it to the number of shares. Or suppose we want a market order. Not something I recommend, but all you would have to do is click on this again, and then just click place modify order, and it's just going to modify the existing order that's already submitted. So the same button that you use to send an order will also modify an existing order if it's here in these cells already. Okay, in the next lecture we're going to talk about conditional orders, and that's what these are over here. In this lecture we're going to go over how the system automatically detects a setup error. So if we go ahead and set up our workbook for these symbols here, and we know we're going to get a setup error on Microsoft because we know that's one of the few stocks that we need to enter island under the primary exchange column. So you can see here we got zeros, and as the system finishes its setup process, it's going to check, it's going to see these zeros and give us this message box that we got a setup error on Microsoft. And then it's just going to remind us to set the tickers primary exchange column to island, and the conditional orders page primary exchange to island also. Okay, so all we got to do is put island here, and as you can see, you got zeros all the way across. So we just hit request market now, and there we go. Everything works. And then we just gotta not forget to put island here for conditional orders. Otherwise our orders will not go through, and now we're good to go. So if we go back here, you can see Microsoft, everything's working properly. And so let's look at the code for that. And it runs in this sub called check setup, which is called by our record on. record data on sub, which runs when we do our setup. So the last part of our setup, it's going to run this, which is going to check for zeros. And what it's going to do, it's going to check this row right here, 18. It's just going to look here for a 0. If it sees a 0 there, then it's going to give us this message box, setup error on, and our stock symbol, which is row 5 again. And then we're going to get this message box here, which just reminds us to put island in that column. And then these are for our expansion cells, and here's our loop code. Okay, so let me show you one other error detection mechanism I built into the check trades code. And again, the check trades code is here, and that runs several times per second again, and it's checking each one of our cells for trades along with a couple other things. But what it does is, this part of the code here, normally when you run this sub, CCC is going to be 53 when it comes out of the loop. So normally it's going to be 53 every time. So we say, if it's not 53, something went wrong. So if we had an error somewhere, we'd be sent down to our error handler, and we'd come to here, and if our counter is not 53, then we're just going to put the number of our counter, whatever it is, wherever we had our error, into our box, I3, and I3 is right here. And so let me show an example of that in action. So suppose we accidentally entered some text here instead of a number. So it's gonna that'll create an error for us, and then what it's gonna do, it's gonna say column 9. We had our error, and then it's gonna start playing an alarm. So every 15 seconds, there's our alarm. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's our column. And so we want to clear that out. We just hit silence alarms. And so again, so it went to here, it was 9, which is not 53, and then it just put 9 into that cell. Okay, so let's look at our alarm code again. And if we go down to our alarm, okay, here's our alarm code. And so what we're saying is, if I3 is not blank, then we're going to turn our alarm on. We're going to set that cell to red. And so that's the last part of our error code there. This lecture is on how to set up your system to run in automatic or manual mode. And we'll be talking about the conditional orders page. So if we take a look at that, this is the page we're going to use to send all of our orders. And I want to talk about the conditional order statements section, and that's this right here. The way this works is, if you have a statement in this column that's true, then it will automatically send your order according to these parameters here. And currently, these cells just reference the cells on control panel. So when we set up our order here, it'll reference those cells here. And let's go ahead and just send an order so you can see what this looks like. I'm currently connected to my paper trading account. And so if we set up something on Yahoo here, and also I have these boxes unchecked. So we're not going to automatically do anything. We're just going to completely run in manual mode for now. So if I hit B here, okay, what it's going to do is it's going to set up our order. It's going to tell us that we have a trade here, but it's not going to send anything. So this is useful, you know, if you're doing debug, or if you're, you know, just you want to see the trade ahead of time before you send it. It's not going to send the trade until we put a Y in this box. Okay, so if we go to conditional orders, all right, you can see that these cells are now ready to go. We have our buy, our number of shares, and our limit price. And again, those are just referencing these cells here. And so if we put a Y in the box, the statement becomes true, and it'll send our order. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. If we send our order. Okay. Now we have a position in Yahoo. Alright, so we have these cells here, which are populated by interactive brokers when it sends your order. And so these cells here are pretty important. We're going to be using these in our system. This cell here is our status cell. And when we submit our order, it'll say submitted. And once the order is filled, it says filled. And we'll be using that in a lot of subs to know when our order is filled. So when this box is filled, we know the order is filled. And then we have the number of shares we filled. We have how many shares are remaining to be filled. And we have our average fill price. So we'll need to keep track of that average fill price as our entry price when we calculate our gain later on, because we're going to need to clear out these cells when we send our exit order. So we just need to keep track of this for later. Okay, so now we have our order sent. So let's take a look at how that would work if we wanted to send this automatically. And if we want the system to manage the rest of this trade automatically, then we would have to check these boxes up here. So let's go ahead and check these boxes. And when I check this box to send automatically send orders, what it's going to do, the system is going to see that right here the order was filled, and it's going to clear out this row, and it's going to set up the first part of our exit order automatically. So let's go ahead and check this box, then we'll see this change from buy to open. Okay. Alright, there we go. The reason it took a second is because it runs every time the worksheet calculates. So as soon as one of these last prices changes, then it'll run the sub, which would set this to open. So sometimes it takes a second or two for a price to change, and that's why we had delay there. Okay, so here's the first part of our exit order, and of course we're going to sell to exit our trade. And okay, so let's suppose we wanted to trade Ubiquity, and so if we have this checked to automatically send orders, it's going to do the same thing it just did with Yahoo when it populates our order, except it's going to automatically put a Y in that box for us. So let's take a look at that. Okay, so you can see it went through right away. And now we have the first part of our exit order already set up. Okay. So if we want to exit our positions, let's suppose we go to our exit price, and let's just go ahead and change that to 33.25 here. Okay. So what happened was the order that we had here, it changed our limit price to this price, and then it went ahead and sent our order. And then once it was sent, it went ahead and cleared out these cells, so we're ready for another trade. So these conditional order statements here are really useful if you're trying to run your system in a manual mode where you want to just have an extra line of defense. They're just an extra step that asks your permission to send the trade. And if you want to send your orders automatically, you can just use this section here just by putting in, your action, your quantity of shares, your limit price, and then hitting place or modify order, or by using code to send the order. In this lecture, I want to talk about managing the order lifecycle. So here's our current order lifecycle, and we're going to manage it through our trade cell, shown in orange here. That is this cell here, row 24. And so as we move through our order process, we're going to change the cell, and that's going to keep track of what stage of the order cycle we're in. So we have a bunch of different subs that run for different stages in our order process. And so the way we determine which subs are essentially activated or deactivated is that we use this cell here. So for example, to send an order, the sub that sends our order looks for this cell here to be blank. If it's not blank, the sub won't run. So once we send our order, we put something in that cell, and now we can't run our sending order sub again. So that prevents the sub from sending our order over and over and over again. Same thing with each stage of this process. We only want that sub to run once and then to move on to the next stage. And so we start off with a blank cell, then we send either a buy order or a short sell order. Once that order is filled, we change the cell to open set as we set up our code. Once that code is run, we change the cell to open. Now we have an open position. We stay in an open position state until we either hit our price target or we get stopped out. So if we hit our price target, we change it to exit set. Once that order is submitted, we change it to exit. Once that order is filled, we change it to win. Now for an open state and we get stopped out, we go right to the stop out phase, and then once that order is filled, we delete these cells. Same thing here, we delete these cells after our order is filled, and then we calculate our gain. And if we're in our trade and we don't hit our price target, we don't hit our stop out, but we hit some sort of time criteria where we just want to exit the trade in the middle somewhere, then we use timeout. And same thing here, once our order is filled, we delete these cells. Okay, so we're using a cell to keep track of our order. But if you think about it, why don't we use a variable to do the same thing? Why not use a variable to keep track of where we are in our process? Well, there's a few reasons for using a cell. First of all, a cell you can see, which is nice. Another reason is if you want to change this manually, you can easily do so just by typing in something else into the cell. The other reason is that if you suppose you have a trade you want to hold overnight, you have some open positions. If you save your workbook, close it, or you open it the next morning, this open value in your cell is still going to be there, whereas your variables, they're all going to be reset to 0. Okay, so we're going to be talking about each one of these subs and each one of these phases in our order cycle in more detail in some of the other lectures. But I just want to give you an overview of what our cycle looks like and how we manage it. In this lecture, we're going to talk about how to trigger your orders and how to send them automatically. So we're going to be talking about this sub right here, check trade CCC, which is the sub that looks for our trades, and it's the sub that runs every time the workbook calculates. So several times per second is going to run this sub, and it does a few other things that we want to do every second. So any code that I want to run multiple times per second, I put in this sub. So we have the code here, which updates our cells for the live data recording. And so what that does is it just every time the workbook calculates, if the last price is higher than this price or lower than this price, it's gonna put that value in these cells. So that's all that does. If it's higher, and then yeah, so this part of the code is for your exit criteria, and we're going to talk about that later. Let's just move on to this part of the code here, which sends your order. And so if we're looking for a buy trade, we have a module for buy, and then we have a module for short selling. So this module is for short selling, and this part of the sub here is for a buy trade. So let's go through the buy trade. What does it say? First of all, we have both the buy and the short sell bracketed by this if statement here, and if. So this whole thing is bracketed by this condition. First, the symbol cell has to not be blank, and the buy price has to not be blank. So let's just go through that. The symbol cell should not be blank. If you're going to send a trade, obviously you want to have an actual symbol there. So all the cells that are blank, it's not going to run anything on. And okay. And so 12 and 13 should not be blank. And so you want to have these cells filled in, your buy price and your stop price, before it's going to send a trade. And you have a price here. This is not blank. So if this is blank, that means the workbook is set up wrong, or it's not set up at all. So if that's the case, then you don't want to send a trade. So if that cell's blank, it's not going to run. And then we don't want to send a trade if we're still in the pre-market. And we know we're in the pre-market if this says pre-market. And once we pass 8:30, this is going to flip to open, and then we'll be able to send our trade. Okay, pre-market. Okay. Next, what it says is if row 15 equals B, which is here. So the way I have it set up is if you want to buy trade, you put a B in this cell. If you want a short trade, you put an S here. If you want to make the cell grayed out, just put an X there, and then it'll be grayed out. And the cell is going to turn green as soon as you put a B or an S there and you have these filled out. Just so it makes it easier to see if you're watching a lot of things at once. You can see where your trades are set up. Just look for the green cells. Anyway, so this is B, and you can change how this works if you want. If you want to, if you want to have this trade either direction, then you can get rid of this code and get rid of this B code and this S code, and then if it just breaks to either side, then you'll have a trade. Another way to do that is to create an if statement that just says, so you can use a third letter like E to trade either way, and so you can just write something that says, you know, if that row 15 equals E and it's higher than this price, then change it to B. If it's E and it's lower than this price, then change it to S. So that's another way you can do it. Okay. So for Ranger, we're going to specify whether we want it to look for a buy trade or a short trade, and we just do that by putting B there. And so if it's B, we're going to run this code. And what this code says is if cell 20 is greater than cell, or row 20 is greater than row 12, row 20 is our last price. If that's greater than our buy price, and our trade cell has to be blank. So if this has something in it, we're not going to send another trade. As soon as there's a value in the cell, we're not going to send a trade. So this cell has to be blank to send a trade. And again, that's here. And our time has to be greater than 0.6. And let me just show you what that is. So here's our time. And if we change this from a time to a number, we get that. So this has to be less than 0.6. So a full day is going to equal 1. 24 hours. This goes all the way to 1. So let's set it to 3:30 p.m. Actually, let's set it to 3 p.m. Whoops. Okay, so at 3 p.m., what is the value of this time cell? It's 0.625. So what does our code say? This has to be less than 0.6. So if we're past 0.6, we're getting way too late in the day to be sending a trade. We don't want to send a trade past the market close, obviously. And so you can change that to whatever you want. Just figure out whatever time. If you don't want to trade past noon, just put noon in here, change it to a number, put that number here, and then you won't send trades past noon. Okay. Then the first thing we're going to do is we're going to reset our conditional orders every time before we send our trade, just to make sure that all of these cells are set up. Reset conditional orders, if you remember, resets all these cells so we're ready to send a conditional order. So as long as we run that sub before we send any order, it'll always be set up, so we don't need to worry about that. And then we're just going to populate our cells. We're going to set cell 24 here. We're going to set that to buy, so that moves us on to the next step in our order process. And then we're going to calculate our position, which is cell 27, how many shares we're going to buy. And I'm going to go through this in one of the next lectures on smart position sizing. And then this is also part of the smart position sizing. So we're going to talk about that later. So let me just move on to the next part of this. This sets your number of shares here. Cell 27 again is your position, so we're just going to round that. This rounds it to 0. You can't buy a half a share, so we have to round that to whole numbers, otherwise the order will be rejected. Okay, and then we set 28 to buy, which is buy or sell. Set that to buy. Then we need to calculate our limit price, and I use the I want to use a pretty aggressive limit price to make sure that we get our order filled most of the time, but I don't want to use a market order, so I just want to figure out ahead of time what's the most aggressive limit order I can tolerate. And in my case, I'm using 18% of this range. So we have this range set by our buy price and our stop price. And so, you know, a really volatile stock might have a really large range, and a more stable stock might have a real narrow range. And so I just take 18% of this range and set that equal to the limit order price. So it's going to be we need to take the top of this price, whatever this is, and then add 18% of the range on top of that price to get our limit price. And then we need to round that value to 2 decimal points. If you send an order for 3 decimal points, it will be rejected and won't go through. And then we're going to play our sound. And then if W2 equals true, which is automatically send orders, that's what this box is linked to. W2. So if that's true, then we're just going to automatically put a Y in this box, in our manual box. So if it's true, we're just going to put a Y there automatically. If it's not true, then this will be blank, and then we got to do that manually. And then we have just a 2-second timer here. That's what this code does. It just waits 2 seconds before it does any other code. And the reason you want that is it takes about a second for the worksheet to process your order and to send it to interactive brokers. So you just want to make sure that process is not interrupted. So we just put a timer there before it runs anything else. And that's it. That's how we send our buy order. And then we're going to go over stop outs more in one of the next lectures. But let me just say that we have 2 conditions for our stop out. So suppose we're watching a range and it breaks below our stop price before it breaks above our buy price, then we're going to just come out of buy mode. So instead of having a B here, we're going to put a timer there, and we're going to make that 45 minutes. So if it breaks our range to the wrong side, we're just going to wait 45 minutes and then come back to it. And for you, maybe you want to change this to 3 hours, or maybe you want to just put an X there. You can make it do whatever you want when it breaks the lower part of your range. And if you're in a trade and it breaks your stop price, then what it's going to do is it's going to say if the last price is less than your stop price times 5% of the range. So here's the range, and you can set this to whatever you want, but I just want it to, if it breaks by 1 cent, not trigger the stop. But if it goes through my price by more than 5% of that range, then go ahead and send the order. And then obviously you have to be in the buy mode. Automatically stop orders has to be true, and we can be in any one of these modes. You can be in open, you can be in exit mode, or you can be in timeout mode. And if you break that price, we're going to go ahead and play our sound, set that value right here to stop out, and we're going to run our timeout code, which sends our stop order, which we're going to go over that more in one of the next lectures. Okay, in this lecture I want to talk about smart position sizing. And so you can imagine if you're making some trades, maybe you have some stocks that are fairly stable, and then maybe a couple stocks that are a lot more volatile that require a larger range to trade. You might be able to make a larger percentage on those trades, but you also have to risk more because they're just more volatile, so you have to set your stop a little wider on those. So this is the last thing you want to see happen, is you want to win, and then lose the big one. So how do you prevent that? How do you set up your position sizes so that you're risking the same amount on every trade, so you don't get that one giant loser wrecking your entire day? So if all of these were set to say 1%, this was only a 1% loss, then that would look much better. Your total for the day would still be a gain. So how do we size our positions so that we normalize them to 1% of our position size, or whatever we want to do? Currently, the standard way you would calculate the number of shares to buy would be just take your position size divided by your stock price, and that gives you your number of shares to buy. So if your position size is 5,000 and the price of your stock is $50, you're going to buy 100 shares. And depending on how volatile that stock is, maybe you want to buy less than 100 shares or more than 100 shares. It really depends on where you're setting your range. And so the way I designed Ranger was to size this according to your range. So you have your buy price and your stop price, and that's going to be wider on more volatile stocks and narrower on more stable stocks. And the way it's calculated in Ranger is I've laid it out here. You take your normal calculation, which would give you your number of shares here, your position size divided by your stock price, and then we're going to multiply that by some factor. So if we take just the stock times 1%, because we want to make 1% or lose 1% every time we make a trade on Ranger. So if you want to set this to 2%, so if your position size is 5,000 and you want to risk 1% of this on every trade, which would be $50, you want to risk exactly $50 on every trade, then you set this to 1. Now if you suppose you want it to risk $100 on every trade, then you could change this to 10,000, or you could change this to 2. So it'd be 2% here. Okay, and then so we're taking this value and then we're going to divide it by the range width. And because we are setting our buy order to 18% of our range as a maximum, our actual range is going to be a little bit wider than the range width we set in our sheet. So let me show you what I'm talking about. So if we set a range, say our range is like this, 101 to 100. When it sends the buy order, it's gonna send an order for, it's gonna set our limit price for 101.18 roughly. So the actual range that we're playing in a worst case fill scenario would be if it filled all the way at the height of this limit price to our stop price. So you got to figure that our range is a little bit wider than what's on our workbook. So that's where this 0.85 comes from. And so we just take our share price times 1%, and we take our range. So suppose if our range is 3% or $1.50 wide, so if our range is, in this example, 51.50 to 50, say something like that. So it's $1.50 wide. Then, so that's the width of our range. Then we're just going to take that times 0.85. Then we're going to get this factor. So we're going to take 100 shares times this factor, and we're going to get 39 shares to buy. And then we're going to have about a 1% risk. Or, in other words, risk 1% of this on the trade if it stops out. All right. So then you can imagine if our range was more narrow, say this was just 50 cents, then this would be over 100 shares. So it would take 0.5 divided by, first of all, it would be 0.5 times 0.85 equals 0.425 times 0.5. So it would buy 117 shares. Okay. And then one more thing to talk about here is that if we set our range really narrow, so as our range gets more and more narrow, this goes to infinity, and we don't want that to happen. We want this to be capped at some amount. Okay, so let me show you what I'm talking about. So if our range is, let's say, 1 cent, which would be ridiculous to trade, but just as an extreme example, we end up with you know, 5,000 shares. Obviously, that makes no sense, you know. So what we want to do is, if our range is narrow, if this range is 0.5%, for example, say it's just 25 cents wide, then we want to do actually a larger size than 1%, because we want, you know, we're risking, again, we want to risk $50, and so we can do a much larger position size if our range is only 0.5% wide, if that makes sense. So if our range is 0.5%, and we buy 200 shares, and we lose 0.5%, then we're going to still lose only $50. But below the setting I chose for Ranger is below 0.5%. it just maxes out right there. So it's not going to buy any more than 2x what you would normally buy through this method. So at 0.5%, it maxes out right there. So it'll go. What this does basically is if it's a really wide range, this factor is going to make it smaller and smaller. And if the range is narrower than 1%, it's going to make this larger and larger up to 2x. So in this example, for $5,000 and a $50 share price, the most this would buy would be 200 shares maximum. And then if it's a really wide range, it'll keep making this number smaller and smaller. So let's look at our code for that. Okay. On the code, it's a little more confusing, which is why I wanted to sometimes it's useful just to plan out exactly how you want to multiply things together before you start putting it in code. And of course, you always want to debug your code and make sure it's working properly. But so here we have our price. I should say our position size is right here. So you can set that to whatever you want. And so if you set it to 5,000, based on the current settings, you're going to be risking $50 on every trade between your buy price and your stop price. So we take that, we divide it by the stock price, and like I said, we have our stock price times 1%, and then we have our range, which is 12 minus 13. 12 minus 13 gives us our $1.50, or in this example it would be $1.50 times 0.85, and then we get our value. And so we put that in cell 27, so in row 27, that's going to be our number of shares. And then here's how we stop it from going more than 2x. So if we just say if the number of shares times the last price is greater than 2 times our position size, then we're just going to cap it at 2 times our position size. So if this would normally be 100 shares and it's 250, then it's just going to say, all right, it's going to say if that is greater than, so if 250 is greater than 200, then just go ahead and make it 200. And we're just going to use 2x for our range there. And of course you can customize this, use whatever settings you want for whatever you're trading, but now you understand how that works, and hopefully this will be something that is useful for you. Alright, in this lecture we're going to talk about how we calculate gains. So normally if you're calculating gains, it's a pretty simple calculation. You just take your exit price minus your entry price and then divide by your entry price. So if you sold at 110, you got in at 100, take 110 minus 100 divided by 100 and you get 0.1, which is 10%. So that's pretty simple. But if we're doing smart position sizing, and we're doing, if we're doing a smaller position size, for example, we might want to calculate our percentage gain a little bit differently. So if we have a half position size and say we lose or gain 10%, we don't want to record that as a 10% gain or loss, because we're doing a half position size to sort of negate a larger percentage effect. So if we do a half position size and we make 10%, it really should say 5%. And so the way we calculate that is we just take the number of shares and multiply that by this exit price minus the entry price divided by the position size. So if we're doing a full position size, we're going to have 50 shares. So 50 shares times $100 would be $5,000 in this example. And so if you figure 50 shares, and you take 110 minus 100 divided by 5,000, multiply that by 50, you get our standard 10%, which is what we want for our full position size. But now, say we do 25 shares, and we have our 10% gain. Well, then we do the same thing. We take 110 minus 100 divided by 5,000, which gives us our 0.5 or 5% gain. Or if we had a loss, this would be a smaller loss than the full 10%. Okay, so let's take a look at the code. And here's our calculate gain sub. And we're going to jump right into this. And so if our control cell 24 says, so 24 is here, if that says win or timeout or stop out, and conditional orders column 20 is filled, so if this says filled, that means our exit order has been filled. So then we can go ahead and calculate our gain. And the other thing we have is row 28 is not blank, and that's this right here. So if this is blank, then it's not going to calculate anything. So what we're going to do is we're going to delete 25 through 29 at the end of the sub. So we're going to delete this right here. So the first time the sub runs, it calculates our gain, and then it deletes these cells. And then the next time it runs, it'll see that these cells are blank, and then it won't run again. So we want it to only run once. Okay, so then here's our, okay, and then, so if 28 is buy, here, we did a buy trade. If it's sell, it's a short sell trade. And then here's our calculation. We're gonna take row 17, which is here, and that's where we're gonna put our gain or our loss, and then we're gonna add itself to it. So if we have multiple trades, say we made 2% and then we made another trade on the symbol, we want to add another 3% to this. So we just take that cell plus itself and then plus our calculation, which is column 27, row 27 I should say. And we're going to multiply that by our exit price minus our entry price. So our exit price is on conditional orders, row 23. And that would be here, or here. So we have our average fill price on our exit order, and then over here we recorded our entry price from our entry order. So we're just going to take those two numbers, entry, exit minus our entry price, and then divided by our position size here, AQ2. And again, that's here. All right, and it's whenever you're trying to put a formula down in code, it's always useful to just write it down, what you're trying to multiply versus what, and then put each one of those components in piece by piece. And then of course you want to test it and make sure it's doing what you want it to do. Okay, and then at the end of our sub, like I said, we're just deleting those cells, and then here's the code for our expansion cells and our loop, and that's it. Pretty simple sub, but useful. It's nice to have that gain or loss calculated automatically. Definitely saves you some time. It's kind of nice. So anyway, that's how that works. In this lecture, we're going to go over how you can insert your price targets automatically. So for example, suppose we put in 35 here, 33. You can see that the system automatically calculates our price target on both sides. And if we change the cell, say we change this to 36, then it stays the same. It doesn't change it again. It only puts in a new price target if the cell's blank. So if I delete this cell, then our default comes back. Let me just show you how that works. And so if you want to use this, or if you want to get rid of it, it's right here. It's called PT paste. And the sub is pretty simple. All it does is it says we have our counter, and it's just going to look at row 12 and 13. So it's going to make sure that these are not blank. So 12 is not blank and 13 is not blank, and 11 is blank, which means there's nothing in cell 11, and again 11 is here. So if that's blank, then we're going to go ahead and set 11 equal to the range times 1.5, and then add 12 to it. So in other words, we're going to take this range, we're going to multiply it by 1.5, and then we're going to add whatever that is to 35. Row 12 here, so then we get 38. So again, we're just going to take our top cell plus the range times 1.5, and that's going to be our price target. And then we just need to round that to 2 decimal points. So if we use that in an order, we can't have more than 2 decimal points, otherwise the order won't go through. So we're just going to round those. And same thing for our short cell code. So 12 and 13 are not blank, and 14 is blank. So 14 is our short target here. And again, we're just taking our range times 1.5 and subtracting that from 13, which is here. So if you want your price targets to be 1 times your range, you can just do this. Or if you want them to be 2 times your range, you can do this. And if you want to just get rid of this sub completely, you can just go like this, and now that sub won't run anymore. And so if we delete our price targets, we have nothing there, and we can just go ahead and enter them manually or use some other function or algorithm to determine our buy targets. Okay, in this lecture, we're going to go over price targets. Okay, so let's suppose that we were trading Yahoo, and suppose our buy price is 34, and suppose the price went above 34 and we sent our buy order. Okay, so what we want to do after we send our buy order is we want to look for the price to hit 36, which is our buy target. And before we even look for our price to hit our buy target, the first thing we need to do actually is look for this order to be filled, which means we bought our 100 shares. So if we only bought 20 shares or we only bought 80 shares, then our order is not completely filled yet. So the first thing we need to do is just look for our order to be filled, and then we're going to change this from buy to open. And that will tell our system that we've moved on to the next step in our order cycle from buying our initial position to being in an open position state. And so if we go back to our code for a second and we go back to our sub check trades, and if you remember that this code runs several times per second, it runs every time the worksheet calculates, and it's going to look for our price to hit our target price. That's what this part does right here. But before I go over that, I just want to show you that at the end of this sub, it runs this sub, send exit order. So it's going to run several times per second, but it's also going to run these several times per second because it calls these subs at the bottom. So, okay, so what is send exit order? Send exit order is here. And so it's going to run this, and what this code is going to do, it's going to check to see if your entry order was filled, and then it's going to set up the first part of your exit order. And partially filled orders, we're going to talk about that in a second, but let's just talk about a standard order, which is going to happen, I don't know, probably 99% of the time your order will just be filled and you won't need to worry about partial fills. Let's just assume that your order was filled normally, and then all you need to worry about is this part of the code right here. And all it does is it says if cell 24 is buy or sell, and that's our trade cell 24. So if this says buy, that means we sent a buy trade. If it's sell, we sent a short sell trade. And okay, so then if it's buy or sell, and then if this says filled, which is conditional orders, column 20. So if this says filled, that means that you sent an order and it was filled. If it was not filled yet, it would say submitted, and however many shares are filled yet. So if it was filled, it would say 100 here. So if we submit our order, nothing's filled, it'll say 0. Once it's filled, we have all our shares, it'll say filled and 100 here. Okay. And then at the bottom of this sub, once we process our, so yeah, we're just going to move on to the next part of our cycle here, and we're going to set that to open, so it won't run again. So this has to equal, this has to be, this right here has to be either buy or sell to run this code. And once we set it to open, we know that this code is not going to run again. And okay, so we look for order to be filled, and then we're going to set this to open set as we set up our cells, and then we're going to set it to open. And all we're going to do is we're going to set up, so what this does is it takes the number of shares we filled. Okay, this code right here is going to record the price, our average fill price. So we have our average fill price here, and we'll use that later in our calculation for our gain or our loss. So we just need to keep track of our average fill price. So suppose that was 34.10. We just need to keep track of that number because we're about to delete these cells. So say we got in at 34.10, we need to keep track of that. And then if it's buy, if we had a buy trade, then to exit our position, we need to sell. So we're going to say sell. And if we had a short sell position, then we're going to need a buy trade to get out of it. And then we're just going to set up the rest of our cells across here. So all we're doing with the code there is we're going to say, you know, sell 100 limit order, limit price is 36. 36. But we're not actually going to set our limit price yet. We're going to set that when we exit our position later. All we're doing right now is we're getting this ready to go. So we're going to put these in here, and then we're going to go ahead and we're going to delete this from our entry order. And so we go sell, we put in our number of shares, we set to limit, and then we're going to go ahead and delete these cells here, clear those out, and then we're going to set this equal to submitted, which is here. And so this is going to say submitted, and we need that in order for our stop code to run, and we'll learn about that in the next lecture. All right, so that's what it's going to look like after we fill our order. We're just going to basically get our exit order set up, but we're not going to send it yet. Okay. And then we change this to open. So now we have our open position. So now what we need to do is we need to wait for the price to hit our buy target, which is 36. So how do we do that? Again, we want to use our check trades code because that runs several times a second. And we're just going to look for a price to hit our price target. So all we're going to do is we're going to use row 11. Make sure that's not blank, and that we've selected to send trades automatically is true. So row 11 is here, that's not blank. And then if the last price, which is 20, is greater than or equal to 11, last price is here, that's greater than or equal to row 11, which is our buy target. And we're in an open state, and we're going to buy trade, not a short sell trade. Then we're going to set our control cell to exit set. So we're going to change this to exit set. And then we're going to wait 2 seconds. And that's what this does. And why do we want to wait 2 seconds? Well, sometimes what happens is you'll get a price spike. If you've ever used limit orders before, you've probably experienced this where, you know, the price just shoots right through your price target, and you're thinking, why didn't I just wait, you know, just a couple seconds? I could have got a better price. Well, that's what this does. So you can wait for 2 seconds after it hits your target price, or you can wait a minute. You can change this to whatever you want. If you want to just send your order right away, you can set this to 0, or you can just run this sub directly. And so in 2 seconds we're going to run get back 34. So so here's that, and then all this is going to do is run our take profit sub. So 2 seconds after we hit our price, we run this, which runs our take profit sub. And of course, if micro warn is not 0, which means we're sending an order or doing something else that's more important, then we want to finish that and then run this again in 2 seconds. So 2 seconds later, we run this again. Hopefully micro warn is 0 now. We can go ahead and run this. And take profit sub is right here. So we already have our order set up. All we got to do is put in our limit price. So maybe we decided we wanted to change this to 35.5, somewhere in the middle of our trading day. And so that's why we don't update that right away. We update this as soon as we hit our price. So then we're just going to put this here, and now our order is ready to send. And so if our control cell equals exit set, which it is here, and we're going to buy trade, then we're going to use row 11 as our limit price. So row 11 is here, and if we're short selling, we're going to use this one, and that's all this says. Buy is this one, short selling is this one. Select our page, select our cell, place the order, go back to control panel, and then wait 2 seconds for that order to fill, and then change our cell back to exit. And then we're going to change this to exit. And our order is sent. And then we should fill our order, and then we'll move on to our sub, which calculates our gain, which we'll talk about that later. And it is possible, it's rare, but it's possible that we could hit our buy target price and then go down to our stop out price. And we're going to talk about stop outs in the next lecture. So let me just talk about real quick what we would do if, suppose, we had a partially filled order. So if suppose we broke through 34, we sent our order, this would say buy, and say we only bought 60 shares instead of 100. We only got 60 shares, and then suppose the price went all the way up to $35.50. If that happened, then our code, which looks for our exit order, needs this to equal open before it'll send our trade. So if we're at our target price, if we're at our buy target and we're still in this mode, we're not here, then what we need to do is we need to cancel the rest of this order and then move on to our next step, which is just to submit our exit order. The other scenario is it's possible that we sent our order and we didn't fill any shares. Suppose the price just gapped away from us and our order was unfilled, but then the price went all the way to our buy target. In that case, we probably just want to cancel our order and move on to the next trade. You may want to just keep your order out there, but for now, Ranger is set to just cancel your order. So you can change that, and let's just go over how that works for a second here. And so this part of the code in the send exit order module, all it's going to do is it's going to say if row 12 and 11 are not blank, which is 12 and 11 here, and if we're in a buy trade and the last price is greater than our target price. So if this is in buy, that means we're in this state right here. If it says open, that means we already filled our order. But if it still says buy, that means we're still waiting for our order to be filled. And if we're at our price target, then we need to run this, which is select our cell, cancel our order, go back to control panel, wait 2 seconds, and then if we don't have any shares filled, which means that column 21 is 0, so let's go back to that for a second, column 21 filled. So if this says 0, that means we didn't buy any shares. So our order is still sitting there, but we have no shares. And if that's the case, we're just going to go ahead and delete the cells. We're going to delete this whole row of cells, and we're going to delete all of these, and then we're going to put an X in this box here. So if we have a B here, we want to delete these cells, get rid of our B, and just move on. If we did fill some shares, then this will not be 0, and then we're just going to say filled. And so if we say, if we just change our order to, or if we just change our cell to filled, say we have 20 shares filled, and we cancel the order and we just put filled here, then what that does is it allows us to move on to this part of our code, which says, which we already went over this, but it just says if our order is filled, then go ahead and go through this stage of the process. So putting filled here, all that does is allow us to move on to this stage, and then we proceed as normal. Okay, so that takes care of our price target and our partially filled order code. Next up, we'll be talking about our stop out code. Okay, in this lecture, let's go over how our stop out code works. So suppose we're in Yahoo and we have an open position and the price drops below 32, which is our stop price. So let's just put in some make-believe numbers here. Let's suppose our last price is $31.93 and our bid price is $31.85. Okay. So our stop out code is going to look at the last price and say, all right, that's below our stop out price. Let's send our stop out order. And there's a number of different ways you can manage a stop out order. The way I've chosen to do it and the way it's set up right now is it's going to use a limit order and it's going to send it to the bid price. And then if it doesn't fill your order completely, it's going to wait 15 seconds and it's going to say, okay, you know, suppose the price drops to $31.80, right, on the bid, and then this changes $31.80, let's say. Okay, so now you say you have half your order filled at $31.85 and now the bid's at $31.80, and so the system is going to wait 15 seconds. You know, maybe someone will come in and fill the rest of your order, but 15 seconds later it doesn't happen. Then we'll just readjust the rest of the order down to the bid price and exit the rest of it right there. And it'll keep doing that every 15 seconds until your order is filled completely. And so when we hit our stop out price, we're just going to change this to stop out, and that tells our system to run our stop out code. So let's look at the code for a second. First of all, we have our check trades code, and that is going to look for our price to drop. So this is our stop out code here. So we have code here for our buy trade. If our control cell is B, then we did a buy trade, and we're going to use this stop out code. Otherwise, if it's an S here, then we're going to use different stop out code. So let's just go over the buyout code, the buy code, and all it says is so if these cells are blank and we break our stop price, but these cells are blank, then we don't have a trade, then we're just going to put a timer there. And you might not want to do anything, but what a timer is going to do is, if you put a timer here, it gets us out of our buy mode. So if we break our stop price and then go up to our buy price, we're not going to send an order. So for me, I think if it breaks the stop price, there's something wrong with it usually, and you don't want to buy if it does break this later on. For your system, maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe you don't want to put a timer here. Maybe you want to do something else. You can change that to whatever you want. And then this part of the code just says if the last price breaks our stop price, then we're going to go ahead and play a sound, put stop out in that cell, and run our timeout code. What the rest of this says is just, I'm saying that, so if it breaks 32 by 1 cent, that's okay. I want to give it a little bit of wiggle room. So what I do is I take this range times 5%. If it breaks the stop price by more than 5% of this range, then I send my order. And you can change that to whatever you want. You can change this to 10% of the range just by going like this. Or you can just have it, if it's 1 cent below your stop price, have it send that way. And you can do that by just getting rid of this completely. And so it's up to you, however you want to do that. But just be aware that for now it's set to a 5% buffer. And then all we need to say is that this cell here is buy, and our selection to stop orders automatically is true, and that's the cell here. And let's see, and then we just need to make sure that our control cell is open, exit, or timeout. So if this cell is open, exit, or timeout, we're gonna go ahead and change it to stop out. And then once we change it to stop out, which we do here, then we're just gonna run our timeout code. And our timeout code is right here, and all that's gonna do is it's gonna send our order. And currently, timeout mode does the same thing as stop out mode. And you can build a different function for a timeout mode if you want. But for now, just be aware that timeout and stop out do the same thing. It's just going to send your exit to the bid. And it's only going to run if conditional orders column 20 equals submitted. So let's look at that for a second. So if this is submitted, it's going to run. And it will only run if this is submitted. So when we set up our order, we have these values already. And all we need is our limit price. And we're ready to send our order. So what our code is going to do is it's going to just look at the bid, 3180. Put that here. And then as long as this says submitted, it's going to go ahead and send the order. And so if it sends it for 3180, and suppose it fills 50 shares, and then it moves down to 3175, right? Then this still says submitted because it hasn't been filled completely yet. And then so it's going to wait 15 seconds. If it's still not filled, then what it's going to do is it's going to change this to 3175, and it's going to modify the order to that price, modify the order to 3175, and then maybe it fills the rest of your order then. And when it does that, this is going to change to filled. And then once your order is filled, you don't want it to run again, and it won't run because this has to equal submitted in order for this code to run. You could write code that says if this does not equal filled, then run. The problem with doing that is that if it's blank, then that code will run. And you don't want that. The only time you want this code to run is when this is submitted. And this is submitted. That way, if it's blank, it still won't run. It has to be submitted. So that's why we put that there. And then, so if our sell, so if we're short selling or if we're buying, so if we're buying, we're going to use the bid price, which is 22. Let me show you that. So 22 is the bid price. For short selling, we're going to use the ask price. So short selling, ask price, buying, bid price. And then all we're going to do is we're going to 29. We're going to make sure this is rounded to 2 decimal points. If it's 3 for whatever reason, it's not going to, your order will not go through. So we got to make sure that's 2 decimal points only. That's what that does. And then we just take that number that we rounded here in 29, and then we send it to column 16, which is again here. So we just put our price there, and then we select our cell, send our order, wait 2 seconds, select control panel, and then these again are for the expansion cells to do the exact same thing. And this code's going to run every 15 seconds because this runs every 15 seconds. So every 15 seconds we're going to run this again. And so we're running our alarm code, but then we're also running our timeout code. And all our timeout code says is, if this says stop out here, right here, and this still says submitted, we're going to place or we're going to modify the order to the bid price. Okay, that's it for stop outs. In this lecture, I want to talk about conflicting subs and how to prevent them. So if you think about our workbook, we have a lot of different code running at the same time. So we have our worksheet calculate sub here, which is going to run several times per second. And we have timers, and we have code for our record live data that runs every 2 minutes. And so we have a lot of different code that's running all at the same time. And most of it is not going to cause any issues, but where it will cause some problems is if we try to send an order and then run some other code right at the same time. And so if you watch it, the system work when you try and send an order, it usually takes about a second for it to send the order and update these cells. And so whenever you're running any kind of interactive brokers built-in function, like place modifying an order or requesting market data or anything that runs off of any of these buttons, you want to make sure that you make that a higher priority and you don't run any other code at the same time that that's running. So if you think about how to do that, what's the best way to prevent our subs from running when we're doing a high priority task like sending an order? How do we do that? One way to do it is we use a variable. I call it micro warn. You can really call it whatever you want, but you'll see it throughout most of the subs. And so whenever I'm doing something that's high priority, I'll set it to 10, and then most of the time it's set to 0. So if it's 10, most of these subs are not going to run. So it's just going to say if it's not 10, then it's just going to go out of the sub. And since most of these are running multiple times per second anyway, it's not going to matter if it doesn't get run a couple times, especially when we're doing something high priority like sending an order. So if we go down to our check trades code, you'll see it's here. We set it to 10 right here at the beginning of the sub, and then we set it back to 0 when we're done with our sub down here. And okay, so to even run the sub, marker 1 has to be 0, and then so you'll see this on most of the subs. And let me just show you one more thing. If we go to tickers page, if we look at our request market data sub, and this is a sub that Interactive Brokers built. But what I did is I added this to the sub. I added micro-warrant equals 10 at the beginning and micro-warrant equals 0 at the end of it. So that way we're not going to run any code while this is running in the middle. And then when it goes to 0, we're going to be able to run the rest of our procedures after that's finished. Okay, the other thing I want to talk about is the error handler function. And that's this right here. You'll see this line of code: on error, go to error handler, and that's in a lot of my subs. And then at the bottom of the sub, it just says error handler and then nothing. So there's some things you can do with this error handler function. Basically what it says is if there's an error anywhere in this module running any of this code, it's going to go to error handler and run the code there. So some people build advanced functions into their error handlers. For me, with my automated system, all I want is for it to go out of the sub if it has an error. So if it has an error, just go here, exit the sub, and that's it. I don't want a pop-up message to come on the screen and freeze the whole workbook, especially if I'm away from the computer. If there's an error, I just want it to go out of the module. And you shouldn't be getting errors in your modules. When you're doing debug, you want to make sure that you disable this error handler so you can see what the errors are. Because if you get an error, you're probably not going to know about it. You might notice something's not working right, but you're not going to get an error message. It's just going to go straight out of the sub. So yeah, so when you're debugging, just make these texts so you can get the actual error pop-up boxes. Suppose you are in an open position and you just decide that you want the system to exit the position. You want so it hasn't hit your buy target, it hasn't hit your stop price, but you just want to exit the position at this point in time. If you want to force the system to do that, all you got to do is type. You can just type stop out in this cell, and it'll go ahead and run your stop out code. And timeout also does the exact same thing. And but if you want to do this a little quicker and a little easier, I made a button. It's called force exit, and all it does is it does the same thing as typing timeout in this cell. So if I click this button, it changes the cell to timeout, and all I got to do is click anywhere in this entire column, and it knows that should change this cell to timeout. So if I'm in this column, as long as I'm above row 36, it's going to put timeout here. If I'm below row 36, then it's going to change this one to timeout. So let's look at that. Timeout. Alright, so let's look at the code for that. And all it's going to do is it says if your active cell is less than 36, which is all of these are all above 36 up here. Then cell 24 equals timeout, otherwise cell 56 equals timeout. Okay, in this lecture we're going to talk about how to automatically close your open positions at the end of the day. So if you're doing a day trade that you want to close at the end of the day and you don't want to sit there and wait for it, it's pretty easy to do. As you know, we already have code that's going to run to stop out, and all we got to do is set this value to stop out, and that code is going to run. So all we need to do is change this cell. Say we have an open position, and at a certain time, whatever time you want, let's say 250, we set a procedure to run, and all it's going to do is it's going to look for this cell that says open, and if it says open, then it's just going to change it to stop out, and then the rest of the code will take care of it by itself. So that's pretty easy actually. All we got to do is, so here's one that I built. All it's going to do, all it does is it looks for a cell that says open, and then it changes it to stop out, and then timeout handles the rest of that management for us, which we had talked about in the last lecture. Okay, so that's easy enough. And then where do we set the code that runs that? We would set that when we open our workbook. So if we look at our record data on, we're going to set our time to run our code that exits at the end of the day. So right now it's set for 2:52 and 10 seconds. And you can get rid of this. If you want to hold positions overnight, then just stop that from running. If you want to close your open positions at this time, or say you want to close them at 1:50, you know, you can change that to whatever you want. And it's just going to run get back 21, which is going to run our sub. So let's just verify that. 21. It's going to run close time, which we just looked at. So that's it. Yeah, so again, just remember to schedule or unschedule that event depending on if you want to close your trades at the end of the day or not. Okay, in this lecture we're going to talk about overnight positions and special situations. And so sometimes you might run into a situation where you need to start a position from an open state. Maybe you went over to the trader workstation and you just entered a position manually without using the automation, but then you want to use the automation to manage the trade going forward. Or maybe your exit order just didn't get filled and the market closed and Interactive Brokers canceled your order at the end of the day. Or maybe you're writing completely new code and something just didn't go right, and you need to just set up your position going forward. In other words, you have some sort of special situation where you're in a trade and you just want to make sure that the system is set up properly going forward to watch for your buy target or your stop price. And so if you have an open position, all you need to do is make sure that these three numbers are filled out. So for example, if we have a position in Yahoo, we just got to enter these three numbers as usual, enter B here, set our state to open, our number of shares, and our buy. So, and then I should mention that this number here doesn't even matter. And then we got to make sure that the first part of our exit order is set up already. And then to do that, we just, since we get a buy trade, we're going to sell to exit our buy trade, just sell number of shares and LMT here for limit. And then make sure we put type submitted here with a capital S. And then the system will watch our trade going forward. And that's it. That's all you gotta do. So I just want to make you aware of that and give you a quick reference on how to set that up in case that is an issue that you need to address. This lecture is on how the system automatically logs our trading data. So you can imagine if we decided we were done for the day and we hit the stop button, then we want the system to just keep track of our gains and our losses. And I just put some random numbers in here so we can see how it works. And the other thing I want to show you is if you do have an open trade and you try and stop the system, it's just going to give you a pop-up that says, are you sure you want to deactivate the system? Because when it's deactivated, it's not going to look for your buy target or your stop out price. And all it's going to do is it's going to look at this row right here and see if there's anything in there. And if there is, it's just going to give you that pop-up warning. So if you say stop, we get this pop-up warning. You still have open orders. Are you sure you want to deactivate the system? And then if we say yes, then it's going to ask us if we want to log data. And if we say yes to that, then it's just going to put in our gains or losses here, and then the total up here at the top. And so let's go to the code and see how that works. So when we hit our stop button, it calls this sub right here, record data off. And all it's going to do is it's going to check that row 28 that I was telling you about and make sure that they're blank. And if they're not blank, then you're going to get this pop-up. And so then we can say yes or no to deactivate the system. And then here's our other pop-up box for logging data. And if we say we want to log data, then it's going to set these two variables, and then it's going to run, it's going to select our log sheet, and it's going to run this sub on our log sheet. So these two variables here are public variables, and I'll just show you where they are. They're here on the gains and log row. They're right there on the in your module. And so our worksheet log can access these variables because they're public. And here's our log worksheet sub. And so here's our counter. Log row is just our counter, and it's going to count down by 8 every time it loops. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There would be the next entry. So what we wanted to do is we wanted to, if we have a lot of entries here, we wanted to just keep counting down until we find an empty slot. And when we find an empty slot, we want to just paste the next set of data there. So what it's going to do is every time it looks for an empty spot, it's also going to add up these cells. So if we have multiple spots here, it's going to add this one up, and then it's going to go down to the the next set of data and add up that one, so that I can figure out the total at the top of our sheet. So all this is doing is using the worksheet sum function and sheets log, and the range is going to be our log row plus 6. So yeah, our log row is going to be here, and then we want to go down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 to this row here. We want to add up that row, and we're going from column 2 all the way over to column 50. And so all we're doing here is we're looking for a blank one, and then we're going to marker, which is here. And so if it's not blank, I'm sorry, if it is blank, then we're going to go ahead and we're just going to paste the values from our control panel. And then we're going to add up the final gains. We're just taking the variable plus itself and adding to it the last row that we just pasted. And then the last thing we're going to do is we're just going to select that row, and we're going to use the style function that's built into Excel, which is good or bad, which good turns it green. So these are green. Here they're just black and white, so green makes it a little prettier, and then bad would turn it red. And so that's all that does right here. And then we're going to, if we have values down here in our expansion cells, we want to paste those too. But if it's blank, then we're not going to paste anything. So all we're going to do is do the same thing we just did up here, except do it for our expansion cells. In this lecture, we're going to be talking about how to record live market data. So as you can see, I've entered a few symbols here across the top and 2 on the bottom, just so I can show you how those cells work. And so let's go to the tickers page, and here's our streaming data. And I want to talk about the refresh rate here, and what that means is it's in milliseconds. So every 200 milliseconds, it's going to update our data. And so what that means is 5 times per second, it will update our, our last price, our bid or ask. So if there is a movement in the stock price that happens faster than 200 milliseconds, there's a chance that we could miss some data. In my experience, it doesn't happen very often. Sometimes, if you're close to the open and prices are moving really fast, or there's some big news event out, there's a chance to miss a little bit of data. But we're not high frequency traders, and we're not trading on the millisecond time scale, so it really doesn't affect us that much. If you're trading, if millisecond data is critical to your trading, then this is probably not the right platform for you. But for 99.9% of traders, this is going to be more than enough. So I just want you to be aware of that limitation. And let's go ahead and take a look at our code then. Alright, so if we go to our code page, go to control panel and go to the sub, record 2-minute tick. We have 3 variables, and they're all counters. This one is for the control panel page. This one is for the ticks page, where we import our data every tick. And this is for the tickers page, this page, where we are going to record our volume. Okay, and so the first statement just says if S2 is true, then we're going to go ahead and run this code. And S2 is the cell that this checkbox references. So if I go here, format control, you can see it. The cell link is S2, and so S2 is right here. You can see it says true. And so if I change this checkbox, we're changing the value of that cell, and that's what we're going to reference in our code. So S2 is true. That means our checkbox is checked. And then we're going to go ahead and run this code. So if the box is unchecked, none of this code is going to run, and that's what we want. All right, so we set our variables, and then we go ahead and we say if the symbol box is blank, that's row 5 in our variable column. So this cell right here, and it's going to count over and check that one and check that one. And we're just saying if that's not blank, we're going to run. So if there's something in here, we're going to run. And the last price is not -1, we're going to run. And the last price is row 20, that's right here. And what that means is if you set up a stock for trading in the pre-market and there's no trades made yet on that symbol, then it will return a -1 as the last price, just as a placeholder. And if you get zeros, that means there's something wrong. But if you get -1, that means it's set up properly. It just means that there has been no trades yet. So if there's been no trades yet, we don't want to record anything. So if it's -1, we're just gonna skip it. So if it's blank or it's -1, we're gonna skip everything. And then otherwise, we're going to go ahead and just record some values on the ticks page. And so let's take a look at the ticks page, just so we can remember what we're doing here. So we're going to, every tick, we want to record the time, the high, the low, the volume. And so that's what this does right here. We have our time, we have our high, our low, and this records the volume. And the way that works is we're just going to take, let's go to our tickers page. So it just says column 32, right here, column 32 with a variable, which is going to count down. So for each cell, let's see here, volume. So it's going to start here on this column 32, and it's just going to count down 1 for each different symbol, and it's going to take that total volume and it's going to subtract it from this placeholder here, volume. So if you think about what we have here, the data we have is the total volume for the day. Okay, total volume, cumulative. And what we want is, we want to know the volume on each 2-minute bar, or whatever bar we're recording. We want to know the volume for each one of those ticks. So how do you do that? Well, what you do is you put the cumulative volume here in this cell, and then you let trading run for your bar length, which is 2 minutes in this case, and then you take that total volume at the end of that 2 minutes and you subtract off the volume you had from 2 minutes ago, and you get the volume you had during that 2-minute window. All right. So that's what this does right here. We just take our total volume from the tickers page, and we subtract off our placeholder, and then we're just going to round that value, and then we're going to record the total volume in our placeholder cell. So 33, that's right here, row 33, row 33, and then we're just going to record the tickers. And the reason it's divided by 10 is because this number is in hundreds, and so you can use hundreds. I think to me it makes more sense to put it in thousands. So if you just divide hundreds by 10, you get thousands of shares. So 15.2 would be 15,200. That just makes more sense to me, and you can change that if you want, just by deleting this 10 there and up here too. So okay, and let's see. Okay, and then the other thing we're going to do is we're going to reset our cells that are recording the high and the low. That's these cells, and we're just going to make those blank. So all this code does, it takes this cell and this cell, puts it here and here, puts the time in, and puts the volume in according to that. Just takes the total minus this placeholder and then puts the volume here. That's all it does. And so in order to update these cells, we need to go back for a second to our another part of our code, and let me just show you how it's updating the high and low. And here it is. So here's our check trades code, and remember, this runs every time the workbook calculates. So every time a cell changes, this sub runs. And so since this sub is already running every change, every time there's a change, we might as well use the same code to record our highs, or the high and the low. So the way we do that is let's see, we go here, 31 and 32. That's 31 and 32. And okay, so 31, 32. All we're doing is we're saying if S2 is true, which means we want to record, and the last price is not blank, that's this, make sure that's not blank, and it's greater than 0, which means, so if it's -1, it's not going to run, and if it's 0, which means it was set up wrong, it's also not going to run. So if all of this is true, that's true, it's not blank, it's greater than 0, then we're going to run our code to record our high and our low. And all it does is it says that if the last price 20, row 20, if the last price is greater than the high, then we're gonna change the high to equal that. And you can see our high then equals the last price. And same thing with the low. If the last price is less than our low, or if it's blank, then we're going to go ahead and update that cell. So the reason we have this here is if it's blank, Excel might think that this is 0. So our last price is never going to be less than 0, so we can't. So yeah, so we need this cell. If it's blank, we're just going to go ahead and put in our last price there. And we don't need that here because if the cell is blank, the last price is always going to be greater than 0. Even if Excel assumes it's 0, the last price is always going to be more than 0. So we don't need that argument here. Okay. So that's how that works. And let's see, is there anything else to cover here? There is. Okay, so then here's our counters, and we've talked about those before. This is going to count down 1. This is going to count over 2 on our control panel, and this one here, this one is for the ticks page, and that counts over 4. So let's just look at that again for a second. So it's going to start here, and then it's going to count over 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So that it can paste these, then paste these, then paste these. And so as soon as we hit start, or whenever the market opens at 8:30, it's going to run the same function. Then it's going to go ahead and paste the time, the high, low, the volume, and then it's going to rerun that every 2 minutes starting from that time. So if it runs at 8:30 exactly, then it's going to run again exactly 2 minutes later. And let me just show you how that timer works. It's in the record data on module. So let's just go ahead and find that. Record data off, record data on. Okay, so the first time we set this up, we are setting up so the first time this runs, it just sets this code to run again at 8:30, and then at 8:30 when it runs a second time, or when we hit the button, this is already on, and then that equals pre-market. And so the second time the sub runs, it's going to run this code. And what does this code do? It sets ticks row A equal to 3. And so ticks row A is this row. This is the row that we're going to record on, and we're calling that ticks row A. We're going to set that to 3, so it starts here. And then we're going to run get back 30. So let's go and look at that. Okay. So what this does, it just says if record on equals 1, which means our workbook is in on state. So if we turn the workbook off and this sub is called, then it's just going to exit out. It's not going to run again. So we don't want to be recording when our book is off. And so all it's going to do is it's going to say 2 minutes from now, run this sub again. And so what is this sub? What does it do? Well, it's going to run our sub that we just talked about, record 2 minute tick. And there's a little bit of extra code in here that I'm going to talk about in another lecture. And since we're running a little bit low on time here, let me cover that in another lecture. But for now, let's just say that this sub runs this function. And so every 2 minutes, it's going to run this right here. Here's our sub. So it's going to run this and record all our data every 2 minutes. Okay, that's it for this lecture. Okay, in this lecture we're going to go over how to get historical data into Excel. And there's two ways to do that. One way is to import it from interactive brokers. Second way is to copy and paste it from some other source. So you can get it from Google Finance, or you can get it from wherever you can get data, you know, that you can copy and paste into Excel. So let me show you how to get it from interactive brokers first of all. And this is the page that they made for importing historical data. And it's really confusing. I don't like how they designed it, but this is what they did. And the way it works is you have your stock and type STK means stock, exchange. You want to use smart. That will bring in data from all the different exchanges. And then here is the last date that the data will come in for. And how to read this is 2007 12/31. So December 31st, 2007 would be the last date, and the time would be 18/25/18 is the last time. So then if you specify 3 months here, the data you're going to get is going to start before this and end with 3 months of it ending right on this date right here. And then this bar size, if you set it to 11, you're going to get daily bars. And if you set it to 5, like it is here, you're going to get 1 minute bars. And I think if you go to 6, it's 2 minute bars. And then you want to show trades. This right here means RTH means regular trading hours only. If you set this to 1, it'll just go from the market open to the market close. If you set this to 0, it'll go all the data all the way from early morning pre-market to all the way in after hours trading for the entire day. And this is the sheet that the data gets imported into. So let's go ahead and request something. So if we request Microsoft here, you can see that it puts it into this sheet called Historical Microsoft. And here's our date and time, 2007, 10:03. And each one of these is a day, 2007, 10:04. We got our open, high, low, close, volume. Okay, so we go back to our sheet again, and you can see that it pasted this formula into this cell. Now, if you leave this here and you close the workbook and you reopen it again, this will reload and will reload the data every time. So either you want to delete this column, and I made a little note here that says delete this column and finish, or if you want it to reload data every time you open it, you can just leave that there. So let me just show you that. So if I close this and close this, and because we have a link there, that's this link that I was just telling you about, this is going to come up, and it says, yeah, it says whenever there's a link, it always says that. So if you want it to update that link, just hit update, and it says it can't update. It always says that. Just hit continue, and then it'll go ahead and update it, and then it, as you can see, it just reloaded this page of data. And it'll do that every time you reopen the book, the workbook, unless you delete this. So you delete that, and then it won't reload the data. And let's take a look at intraday data real quickly here. So let's look at SPY. And for intraday, we're going to use bar size 5. That's going to give us 1 minute bars. And we want to set this time to as late as possible. 23:25, that should be fine. And we're going to keep this at 1, and it's going to go to this sheet. So let's go ahead and request that data. And here's our data, and you can see it's 1 minute bars, 8:31, 8:32, 8:33 for this date. Open, eye, low, close. So there's our data there. So let's try getting 2 minute bars. We change this to 6. And we hit request historical data again. You can see there's 2 minute bars, 8:32, 8:34, 8:36. So let's go back again. Now suppose you want historical data for an entire week, or for an entire month, let's say. So you put in 1 month, and you hit request historical data. Actually, before I do that, let me show you what happens when you change this to 0. So we change this to 0, it's going to go to regular trading hours, and we don't want regular trading hours, we want all the trading hours of that day. So if we hit request again, now it starts at 3 a.m. and it goes all the way through the whole day. If you remember before, it started at 8:30. So that's how we know when the market opened. What time zone it's using is, if we use regular trading hours and 8:30 is our first data point, that means the market opened at 8:30 on this data. So if we go back for a second and we delete this again, and okay, so if we go 1 month, let's see if it works. And it's not working. And the reason it's not working is there are caps to the amount of data you can request at a time from Interactive Brokers. And let me just show you their sheet here. They have it explained on their website. So let me just bring that up here. And again, it's kind of confusing the way they explain this, but what this is on this side is how long your duration, and then up here is your bar size. So if we're looking for 2 minute bars, which we just requested, and we want it for a month, so okay, so sorry, so 2 minute bars right here for an entire month, and that's not available. Excuse me. So the most you can request for 2 minute bars at a time is 2 days. And if you want 1 minute bars, the most you can request at one time is 1 day. So if you want an entire year of intraday data at 1 minute bars, you're gonna have to request 1 day at a time and copy and paste day by day. So if you're looking for a lot of intraday data, Interactive Brokers is maybe not the best option, although it is possible to do. It just takes some time. But I know in the past I got a free trial to TradeStation, and I was able to get 10 years of historical data from them for free. So that's another way to do it. And let me show you one other trick. So if you don't have a subscription to Interactive Brokers, you can go to Google Finance to get your data, and it works just fine. Just type in a symbol, pick an Apple here, hit historical prices, go to 2000. Say we want 10 years, then I just change this to 2005 to 2015, and hit update. and download the spreadsheet. And here's my data. And here's Apple. And I've already tried this out and pasted it into our sheet for us. So let's just go ahead and look at that. All you do is you just copy that. And if you want to put it into your backtesting module, just go here and paste it just like that. And then put a little label on it so you know that's Apple. And there you go. You got 10 years of Apple in your sheet that you can do testing on. Okay, in the next module we'll look at how to do some backtesting. In this lecture we're going to be looking at how to do backtesting in Excel. So let's take a look here. Let's see if we can see this. Okay, so we just go to our backtesting sheet, and I have constructed sort of a basic backtesting module so you can get started on this right away if that's what you want to do. We have here our data from Yahoo, and let me just label this. Yeah, okay, and this is 5 years of Yahoo data, and it's 1 day ticks. So each one of these rows is a day. And let's go ahead and look at the code. We have two modules. We have one for buying and one for short selling. And here's the short selling code. And we have 4 variables. We have the simple moving average as a double, and buy row as an integer, and buy row is going to be counting down. It's just going to be a counter that every time we loop we count down by 1. So we're going to look at this row, then we're going to calculate on this row, then we're going to calculate on this row, and so buy row just counts down on every loop. And trade row does the same thing, except it does that over here in our trades. So every time we run a trade, it's going to count down 1, count down 1, count down 1 every time it records a trade. And open position, that is a sort of an on-off switch that says if we're not in a position, we set that to 0, and then once we find a trade and record one, then we set that equal to 1, so that we're not recording a trade over and over and over again when we're already in a trade. So once we're in a trade, then we look for an exit position, and then once we're out, we set that back to 0 and look for trades again. So let's look at the code. We start off by saying buy row has to be greater than 33. The reason is because we're doing a 30 tick moving average. Excuse me. And so what that is we're just looking at column 16 and 17 and 30 ticks of that. So that would be here 16 and 17, and that is the high and the low, and we're just gonna set that range and take the average. And so I'm just building something fairly simple here. You can obviously make this more complicated. I just want to start off with something simple just so I can show you how this works. And so we have our entry criteria right here, and it's just one line, and we're going to say we're going to trigger a buy if we're 1% above the moving average. And so this is moving average times 1%, and this is the high, which is column 16, just to verify here. So if the high is above 1% of the moving average, we're going to trigger a buy condition. And then The other condition we say is that the low, which is column 17, right here, the low, also has to be less than our entry criteria, because otherwise the tick is way above. Let me just draw that here for let's just conceptualize this here for a second. So okay, let's say we have, if this line is our moving average and this line is 1% above that, that would be our buy line. So if we have a tick here, so we have a tick here, this is the high and the low, and here's another one, the high and the low, and then say we have a tick that looks like this. Okay, so here's the high, here's the low, here's our entry point. Our code just says if the high is above 1% of this, which is here, then we're going to trigger an entry event. So then imagine if we have a tick up here that looks like this. If this is the high and this is the low, yes, the high is above 1% of the moving average, but we can't buy at this price because the low is not below it. So we have to have the low being below this entry level in order to have a trade. So that's why we have this rule here. It just says the low is less than that. And then these cells here, all they do is they record our trade. So this just says cell 7 equals buy row from column 14. So column 7 is going to equal 14, which is here, which is the date. So all that does is it takes the date when we have an entry event, puts the date over here, and then does the same thing with the price. It just says right here, it just says the price cell, which is column 8, is going to equal the simple moving average times 1%. And then we're just going to assume that maybe we don't get exactly 1%. We'll say it's a little bit worse. We'll say we get 0.1% worse than that. So we'll just say our entry price is 1.1%. And then we're going to round that value to 2 decimal points. That's what this does. And then we're just going to set open position equal to 1. And that's our entry event. So then when the code loops and runs this again, open position will equal 1, so it won't be able to run another trade event because if open position 0 is required to run this again. So then here's our exit code, and I just picked 4% above the simple moving average as our exit event. So if the high is greater than 4% of that, we're going to exit, and open position has to be 1. We have to be in a trade to be able to exit our trade. So that's what that says. And so that records our price. That rounds our price to 2 decimal points. This calculates the percentage gain, puts that in cell 11 right here. This records the date of our exit, and then this moves our trade row down by 1. So after we've entered our entry and then we've entered our exit, then we want to move down 1 row to the next one for the next trade. And that's what this does right here. And then we set open position equal to 0 to say we're out of a trade. And then we have the stop out code, which, let me just walk you through that. It just says if the low is less than 4% below our entry price, so this is the low, it's less than our entry price times 4%, and we're in a trade, open position equals 1, then we're going to go ahead and record that event. We're just going to say the price equals that 4%. We're going to say it's slightly less than 4%. We're going to say it's 0.1% worse than that. And you can set this to assume whatever you want. I'm just going to say 0.1% worse. and then our trigger price. And then we're going to round that value to 2 decimal points again. And then we're going to record the date. And then these cells right here are for if we have a gap down day. So if we're in trade and it gaps down on us, we might not be able to get our stop out price. So let me just show you what that looks like. Alright, so if we so like right here, here's a gap down day. This is what I'm talking about. So on this day right here, the price opened much lower than the previous close. So that often happens when there's some bad news out before the market open, or if they report earnings before the market opens and they're bad and it opens at a lower price. So if we're in our trade and that happens to us, and our stop is like, let's say it's up here at this level, then we're not going to get our stop price. We're going to get the opening price, which is down here. So that's all our code says. It just says that if the open is less than our stop price, then record a price that is the open price, and the open is column 15. So just go back here, open is 15. We're just going to record the opening price as our exit price if it's below our stop price. And then this right here just calculates our percentage loss, and we're moving down one row just like we did for our other exit criteria, and setting open position to 0, and then here's our code for our loop. Okay, and then so let's go take a look at this, and I've already run this. I went through and kind of ran a couple different values for the entry criteria and the stop out criteria, and sort of optimized it a little bit already, but let me just show you what it is for Yahoo. For 5 years we get, here's our trades and our gains, and then the sum is just this entire column. And so that's a pretty decent system already. I was kind of surprised actually. If you run the same thing for short selling, it's not that good. And the reason for that is, if you think about it, it's kind of obvious. Yahoo has gone up over the last 5 years. If you just look at the chart, and we go back 5 years here. Let's change this to 5 years. It's actually 6 years, but you get the idea. So it's gone up. It's had a couple years of a decent uptrend, and so if you visualize our system here, simple moving average here is 30. Let's just update that. So okay, so the blue line is going to be the 30 moving average, and our buy system just says if it's 1% above that we buy, and when it gets to 4% above that we sell or take profits. And so the concept is if it's getting too far above the moving average, then it's a little overbought, so you want to just take profits there. And if it's if it's hanging around below this line, then maybe it's going down and we don't want to buy it. And again, you can change these values. You can try a 50-day moving average, or different entry criteria, whatever you want to do. You can add extra rules to that, and we'll go over some more complicated ideas in the next lecture, but I just want to show you Yahoo here. And then let me just go ahead and delete this, and we'll throw Apple in there and see what that looks like. So let's go ahead and just copy this, paste it over here, and then take Apple, copy that, don't need that data, even though we're not calculating in those cells, but let's just, okay, so here's Apple. And one thing you got to look for is, I had to sort this data. Originally it started at 2015, and went backwards. So if you need to sort data, just highlight that whole data set, and then you just go sort oldest to newest or newest to oldest, and it'll sort it for you. So I've already done that, and let's just go ahead and run this test here. So if we run it on Apple, we get fairly similar results to what we had with Yahoo. And again, you know, it's because Apple's gone up over time. So time is running a little bit short here, so I want to continue this in the next lecture, and we'll call it a day here for now. In this lecture, I want to talk about building more complex algorithms, and you probably have some ideas for what you want to try out already, or maybe you already have an algorithm that works, or you just want to experiment. But let me show you two things you can use right away, and there are a ton of Excel functions that you can run from Visual Basic, or you can run them in worksheets. And so this is a list of them, and there's quite a few. I mean, you can go through and Google some of these, or you know, whatever you're trying to do, you can just Google that and try and find a function that does what you're trying to do. But let me just show you two of them that I think are pretty useful. So I built this little test module up here already, so I can just show you this quickly. And we're just going to use the same range that we're using for our average down here, and we're just going to go worksheet function min, and we're just going to run this on row 32, just so we can show a message box and just kind of show what it does. So what it's going to do is it's going to find the low in that range, and again, the range it's looking at is right here, the first 30, right here, and then the max does the same thing, except it finds the high. So that's pretty useful if you're looking for, you know, you have a certain trading range and you want to see what the high and the low are. Maybe you want to play for a breakout of that range, or a breakdown, or something like that. So that's useful there. And so if you're trying to do technical analysis, and if you look at, let's bring down this chart here. So here's our Yahoo chart in stock charts. You know, there's, let me move this up a little bit so you can see it. You know, there's all these technical indicators you can put on here. You can put on pivot points and see what that looks like. And you know, there's Bollinger Bands, all kinds of stuff you can use. And you know, here's your MACD and your relative strength index. This is an oscillator. All of these technical indicators, they all kind of work off of price. Some of them work off of volume, but most of them are off of price. And in my experience, they're not that useful. I tend to use just support, resistance, and some of these longer moving averages, like the 200-day. I think they can be useful, and if you're looking to do a study on some of these common technical indicators, there's better software out there than Excel for doing this. You know, there's Trade Ninja, TradeStation, a lot of different software out there that has a lot of this, a lot of these complicated formulas already calculated and built into the software, so you can quickly and easily do a lot of back testing on those things. And so if that's what you're looking to do, you know, there's software out there for that already. If you really want to put those types of technical indicators into Excel, you can look up their formulas. You can just Google them, find the formula, put it into Excel. Another option is you can get you can buy some of these function add-ins. So here's one that you can try for free, and it's got 146 technical analysis functions, and you can just download it and try it, see if it works. And there's a couple sites like this. Here's another one where you can buy a pack of technical indicators that works with Excel, and so there's that out there. That's another option for you. And of course, you can always build your own custom indicators, which is what I really like about Excel, is it just the ability to do anything you can imagine. I guess that's it for this lecture. In this lecture, let's talk about how to build a decision-making AI. Okay, so in some of the previous lectures, we've talked about how to use rules to make decisions on various factors. So by now you already understand how to write if, and, or statements. So you can say, if this is greater than this, then send the trade. So suppose you have your stock, and suppose you have, let's say, 3 different factors. And one way you could determine whether or not to send a trade is just say, if this factor is greater than something, and this factor is greater than something, and this factor is greater than something, then send the trade. But as a human, if you think about how you would make a decision, as a human, you look at it and you say, okay, this factor looks pretty good, this one's not that great, but this one's really good, so on average, I think it looks like a good trade. So how do you build an AI that sort of thinks like that? And that's what I want to talk about in this lecture. So suppose we have 3 factors, and I put 3 of them here just as examples. So let me just talk about what these are. If you could have a numerical type of a factor, such as a relative strength index, and that would be, so if I bring up Amazon here, here's the relative strength index, and this is just an oscillator. It tells you when something is overbought or oversold. And so when it's up at 89, 90, that means it's overbought, so that's bad. And then when it's down here, it's oversold, and that's good if you're buying. So for example, right here, if you bought when it was way oversold, you can see that the price rebounded. And here where it was way overbought, the price tended to stay in a flat range for a while and then it actually dropped. And so in this case, it would be, if I'm just reading it off the chart here, 52.2. So another type of factor you might have is, let's say, the MACD crossover, and that is this down here on the chart. And some people look at this and they say, okay, when you have a bearish crossover where the black line drops below the red line, that's bearish. And then a bullish crossover would be when the black line breaks above the red line. So you can see here it had a bullish crossover and then the price ran up. Here there's a bearish one. Same thing here. We had a bearish crossover here and the price really hasn't gone anywhere since then. But it might be about to make another bullish crossover, which might be a buy point right here. So if we're just looking at a crossover on that, maybe we just want to have a binary type of factor where either it's negative or positive. So maybe we assign a value of positive 10 if it's positive and negative 10 if it's negative. And then the third type of factor you might have is like a company ranking. So for example, you might look at Amazon and just evaluate it. Just look at the valuation, look at the business model, look at what other fundamental factors are important to you, and just say, all right, this company is good, this company is bad, this company I think is okay, and just maybe you just give it a ranking from -10 to +10, 0 being sort of neutral, And so when you're doing a ranking like this, it's nice to use, instead of a value from 0 to 10, if you go from -10 to +10. So neutral, if you make neutral 0, then it makes your weights, when you multiply it by a weight, it makes more sense then. So that's the next thing I want to talk about is putting a weight on something. So if you have, depending on how important your factor is, you want to give it a weight. So if it's a very important factor, maybe you want to give this a weight of 1. And if it's not a very important factor, maybe you give it a weight of 0.1 or 0.2 or something like that. You take these values, you multiply them by their weight, and then you try and generate a number, an output number, somewhere between -10 and +10. And then what you can do is you can add those numbers together and use that number, that sum total, to make a decision. So you can say, if this sum total is greater than 5, and then send the trade. That way your AI is evaluating the sum total of all those factors in relation to how important they are. So for example, okay, so a numerical number, like what we get off of the RSI, all we need to do is we need to transform that number and multiply it by our weight to get our output value. Okay. So again, 50 here would be neutral, 100 would be overbought, and 0 would be way oversold. So if we just take this number here, we subtract 50 from it, and then multiply it by 0.1, so we're getting a number from 0 to 10 instead of a number from 0 to 100. Then we multiply it by our weight, and then we just multiply it by 2, so that we get -10 to +10. So let me show you. If you put 100 here, then you'll get -10. That's bad. If this was 100, this would be way overbought. So that would be a factor of -10. And if this value was 0, that would be way oversold, and that would be a good factor, which would give you a +10. And then if you wanted to make this weight, let's say 0.5, then your factor is 5. So let's put 50 here, and we get 0. Let's say we're at 60. Now it's a little bit overbought, but not enough to really have a big influence on our total number. Okay, and then for our binary number, if we're just taking 10 for a positive crossover, and say we do -10 for a negative crossover, now you can see that swings our number quite a bit if it's negative or if it's positive. And then if we think the company is not that great, maybe it's only a 1, maybe it's a 0, maybe it's a -5, then it starts to become more of a short sell. So if our company has a negative crossover, now maybe at this level you could say if it's less than -6, then it's a short sell. Okay, so you could have more than 3 factors. You could have 10, 15 factors. Depends how complicated you want to make your AI, and if you spend a little bit of time optimizing these weights and these value transformations, you can get something that thinks pretty similar to how you think. It's also really useful to just think through exactly how you want it to think. Just the act of laying out all of the factors that are important and going through them and ranking them is a really helpful exercise. Okay, and then you can build an AI for entry criteria, or you could build an AI also for exit criteria. So when you're looking to exit your trade, you might have a factor for how long you've been in a trade, how many days or how many minutes you've been in the trade. So the longer you've been in it, the more likely you are to take profits. So that factor might count up over time. You might have a factor for how close you are to your price target. The closer you are to your price target, the more likely you are to want to take profits versus being farther away. The nice thing about Excel is there's a lot of different ways you can design cool things like that. And so depending on your factors, whatever you think is important and how you want to weight them, you can really make something that can do just about anything. Okay, so that's it for decision making AIs. Alright, in this lecture I want to talk about how to debug your code. Alright, so let's suppose you want to go through your code line by line. Suppose you're having some sort of problem. You're not really sure where it's coming from or why it's not running a certain line of code. So you can just step through it and see what it does. And the way you do that is you can just hit F8. So if you hit F8, then it's going to step through your code line by line. So if I hit F8 again, it's going to go into the next line that it runs. And if I hit it again, it goes to the next line, and so on. So if you look at this line of code, it says if record on equals 1, then it's going to run this whole sub in our check trades, or this whole block of code in check trades. And as you can see, we're in off mode, so it's just going to skip over this whole block and go to the end of the sub. Okay. So suppose we had something wrong with our order sending code, and suppose we just wanted to debug that. We didn't want to actually put the entire workbook into a non-state. We just want to debug this one sub right here. So how do you do that? Well, first of all, if you want to reset and start over, you can just hit this button right here to reset. And then we can set up sort of a sample situation to kind of run in a demo mode. So what we can do is we can just say, all right, suppose we have some stock here. We'll just say it's Tesla, and whatever. We can just put some sample prices here. Let's say 100, 98, and we'll say 5. Let's say the last price is 100.10. Okay, so we'll set our last price so it's just barely above our buy price, so that we should be getting a buy trade here if we run our code. And then the other thing we got to do is, if we look at the line that runs our code, we say, okay, row 5 cannot be blank. That's here. Okay, so we put our stock there. And 13 can't be blank, 12 can't be blank. And it's 12 and 13. Okay, we got stuff there, so that should run. And then 20 can't be blank. And okay, it's got something there, so it should run. And then our final argument is C3 cannot be equal to pre-market. Okay, so right now it's pre-market. So let's just set this to open. All right, so now when we run our code, it should generate a trade for us. So let's go ahead and try that. The other thing we got to do is we got to set our variable, this variable here, equal to 1. So let's just go ahead and do that right here, so we can run it in sort of a sample mode. And then when you're done with this, you want to make sure you change everything back to the way it was. Okay, so if I go ahead and run this, I just hit F8 again. Okay, so we set our variable equal to 1. We go through this, and then this sub here is going to run our price target pasting code. So that's going to jump to this sub now. And that's going to go ahead and it's going to put our price targets in. and then it's going to go to the counter, and then it's going to count through. It's got to go through every single column. So okay, so we look at our workbook. Okay, that put in our price targets, but we don't want to. Maybe we don't want to sit here and run this 52 times, or I should say 25 times. So let's suppose you want to skip this. So let's start over again. If we want to skip this, all we gotta do is we just put a hash mark in front of it, and that makes it a line of text instead of an actual executable line. So alright, hit F8 again. Let's try this second time here. Okay. Okay, so we're going through these other parts of our code. Alright, so here's the line that we want to make sure is running, and that's going to check for our trade. And if we go through that, okay, all of those are true, so then I move to this line here, and then that's going to be true. And then again, this is true, so it moves on to the next line. And then if we don't want to run this line of code, you can, again, just go ahead and skip that. And then, okay, so what it's doing now is it's setting up our order here line by line. So you can see it in our position. And then what we don't want to do is we don't want to actually send the order. So any line that actually sends the order, we want to go ahead and get rid of that also. Okay, so then we're moving through this line by line, and that's going to play our sound. Alright, and then instead of putting a Y in the box, we skipped over that. And here's our timer to wait 2 seconds. Alright, so if we go back to our page again, you can see that it set up our order and did everything that we wanted to do. So if there's something wrong, maybe we would have seen it along the way here through this code. You know, something's not, if it's skipping over this part of the code, maybe one of these arguments is not true, or maybe we set one of these arguments wrong. We can just go ahead and, you know, kind of zero in on where the problem is and take a closer look at it and why this part isn't running, or this part is running and it should be running. Okay, so if we're debugging something like this, we would just want to put a hash mark in front of this, place conditional order. So now we can run this entire set of code without actually sending an order. You can see everything it does and not actually send the order. If you're connected to your paper trading account and you're just sending simulated trades, obviously you can just, you actually want to see how this works, you can just allow that to run. But if you don't want it to run, again, just put a hash mark in front of it. Okay, in this lecture I want to talk about setting up interactive brokers. So if you click on the View Resources button up at the top of this lecture, you're going to see a bunch of links to really good resources on setting up interactive brokers and using the Trader Workstation and setting up a paper account, etc. So be sure to click on that and take a look at some of those. But I just want to show you a few quick things here. So if you set up the Trader Workstation for the first time, you're going to get something that looks sort of like this, and this is my paper trading account. So all of this is simulated trading. And I just want to show you a few quick things here. They have the mosaic layout, which is similar to some of the other platforms you've probably used. And then you have the classic TWS version here. And what you have here is you have each column has 2 labels to it. So the top label would be what you see here on this grid, and then the bottom label, so I'm talking about account and action quantity, would be for your orders. So when you go to submit an order, these bottom labels are what correspond to your order. And then here's your transmit button here. Okay, and then I want to show you a few more things here. If you're going to set up the Excel API, you need to go to, let me just show you a few things you need to do. You go to, let's see, global configuration, and this is going to pop up. If you go here, API settings, you need to check this box here, enable ActiveX and socket clients, and enable DDE clients. You need to check both of those before the API is going to work. Okay, and then one more thing I want to show you is, okay, if you want to change these columns here, sometimes it's hard to figure out how to do that, but actually if you just right click on these columns and you go to, let's see, customize the layout. Okay, now what we see here is we see our columns. So here's our columns, and then if we want to get rid of some of these, we can just hit remove. So we have our change percentage and our change, the change in the price. So we want to just have our percentage, we can just get rid of that. And then here we have our order columns. So if we want to, you know, get rid of some of these, or if we want to add other ones, everything you can add is over here. So if we want to add other things to it, we can do that. And then let me just show you how to change the colors. If you don't like the colors, you can make these white and change your text and do all that right here also. So now we have a white background if that's something that you want. Okay, and then there's one more thing I want to show you, and that is the best way to get help through Interactive Brokers. And I've found that the best way to get support is just to use their live chat. So let me just show you how to do that. You go here to support, and you go to customer service, live chat. If you click on this, you'll get a chat window, and then you'll be able to select your topic, and usually within a couple minutes you'll get a representative that can help you, and they're really good. I've been able to resolve basically every problem I've had through there. So okay, that's all I want to show you there, and be sure to click out those links under view resources. Okay, so now that you've seen how all the components in this trading system work, you might be thinking to yourself, okay, so where do I go from here? Should I customize Ranger 1.0 or should I build my own trading system? You probably have a number of different ideas you want to explore, or maybe you already have a set of trading rules that you've been using for years and you just want to add some automation to it. You know, either way, I would strongly suggest that you actually start here with a blank worksheet. And just open a blank worksheet and plan how you would lay out your ideal system. And just see what you come up with. You know, do you want to build something that has a manual mode component to it, like we have here? Or do you want to send all your trades automatically all the time? Do you want your system to be laid out in columns or rows? So if you have rows like you have in the API, it's all laid out in rows. You know, there's some advantages to doing it that way because, you know, the API is in rows, so it makes coding a little bit easier. It's the downside to it is just it's a little bit harder to look at least for me. I like to work in columns. I think it's easier to, okay, I'm looking at this stock here and this stock here, whereas if I'm in rows, you kind of get lost in, you know, exactly where you're at and what you're looking at. But just think about like what functions do you want your ideal system to do? You know, what buttons do you need? What do you want to do at the start of the trading day? What do you want to do at the end of the trading day? Are you holding overnight, or are you day trading? And what kind of data do you want to track for your system, and how do you want to automate that? And what decisions do you want to make manually, and what decisions do you want to delegate to your algorithms? Once you figure out exactly what you want to build, you'll know if it'll be easier to modify Ranger 1.0 or if it's easier just to sort of start from scratch. And I know starting from scratch sounds like a terrible way to go, but the reason I recommend it is because it allows you to build your system in stages, the way I did. When I started with nothing, and I built it up gradually over time. So when the complexity of your system grows slowly over time, you really understand it in a deeper way. The way all the code interacts with all your other subs. And you really understand it because you're writing line by line, and it really is a great learning experience. And it's not going to take as long as you think, because you have all this code already in Ranger 1.0 that you can just copy and paste from. I want to build this sub. It's kind of like this sub from Ranger. Let me just copy this and copy that, and then change this variable, and then you're good to go. So anyway, whatever you choose to do is of course up to you, but I hope you've learned a lot from this course, and I hope it's a useful example for you in your own system. Congratulations on completing the course. You now understand all the basic building blocks of an automated trading system. You now know how to build your own if and or statements, timers, events, and loops. Everything you need to build your own automation. Hopefully you now understand the code in Ranger 1.0, and when you look through it, you can tell what it is and what it does. You now have everything you need to be able to explore and experiment on your own. One of the best things about Excel and VBA is that there are tons of free resources on the internet to help you build whatever it is you're trying to do. Just remember to make changes slowly and test every change along the way to make sure it's doing exactly what you want it to do. So I'd like to conclude by saying I wish you the best of luck in trading, and I hope what you learned here saves you tons of time and brings you success in the markets.